thank you for coming back. My hope had originally been that we would have some time to share some of the stories that I heard in my group, and I'm sure you heard in other groups, about the ways in which people, teachers, mentors, coaches, faculty members contributed to the lives of all of the people who are here, and probably are part of the reason that we are all here together now and think the way that we do. I heard stories about how to love the students that are walking into your office, how faculty opened the doors to things that were never imagined before. And somehow I think all of us are able to do that in a way that has contributed to our long-term well-being and in fact to our happiness. So with that, I'm going to, because we're now at the appointed time, I'm going to hand this off to Rick, who's going to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Laurie Santos from Yale University, and then we will hear from her. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you, Keith. And hi, Laurie. So good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I want to take a minute or two to introduce Laurie to you. If you don't know her, you probably should. She is one of the most well-known people in America that deals with young people and deals with happiness. So we're just really privileged to have you share this time. Laurie is the Chandrika and Ranjan Tandon Professor of Psychology and head of Silman College at Yale. And I think this being head of Silman College plays a role in her interest in students and what we're going to talk about. She was trained at Harvard and focused on what makes the human mind unique. Dr. Santos is an expert on human cognition and cognitive biases that impede better choices in life. Her course, Psychology in the Good Life, teaches students how the science of psychology can provide important hints about how to make wiser choices and to live a life that's happier and more fulfilling. It's a lot of surprising outcomes from this course. Her course recently became Yale's most popular course in over 300 years, with almost 1 in every 4 students at Yale having attended this course. She ought to have her own commencement when the students leave. Her course has been featured in the New York Times, the NBC Nightly News, the Today Show, GQ Magazine, Slate, and O Magazine. She's a winner of numerous awards, both for her science and her teaching. She's recently voted as one of Popular Science Magazine's Brilliant 10 Young Minds, and was named in Time Magazine as a leading campus celebrity, which I think is an understatement. Her podcast, The Happiness Lab, has over 35 million downloads. I don't think I can even count that high, much less have people pay attention to what I've been doing. So I think this coalition's focus on well-being and the arc of well-being over all of life is a really big goal. It's a moonshot for us in higher education. It's the central role that mindset, attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs play in education that is the core of what we're trying to get our arms around. I first met Laurie in person in, I think it was February of 2020, just before the wall came down and we could no longer fly, in Georgetown at a meeting that the Mary Christie Foundation has about student well-being. And I found out about her story of how she became involved in this, and about this Coursera connection with Yale, and about something called Yale Face. I think it was Penn Face that was the discussion at the time. So what I'd like to do, Laurie, is to just interview you for a while and ask you a few broad questions so that you can share with us your background and your learning. So my first question is, how did you become engaged at Yale with designing this course on happiness? And how did that course impact others at many other universities?
Yeah, well, it really did start in that role as a head of college on campus. I've been teaching at Yale for over 20 years, which makes me feel very, very old. But just in the last couple of years, I took on this new role as a head of college on campus. So, some of you probably know this, but Yale's sort of one of these strange schools like Oxford, Cambridge, or Hogwarts, right? Where these like colleges within a college. And our residential colleges are really a central part of like campus life, right? It's like programming happens there, a lot of student life stuff happens there. And heads of college are faculty members who live in the college with students. So I eat with students in the dining hall, I see them in the coffee shops and so on. And I think when I took on this role, I naively assumed that student life was like happy and, filled with joy and parties and stuff all the time. And then when I got into this role, I was really seeing, this college student mental health crisis up close and personal, right? Where I saw just so many students who were depressed and anxious, lots of incidents of suicidality, but even when we're not at the like level of clinical mental health dysfunction, just so many students who are stressed and feeling overwhelmed. And, I'd ask how it was going. I was like, oh, if I could just get to midterms. And it felt like they were just kind of constantly so time famished that they were sort of fast forwarding their college time. And it really affected me. I mean, one of the things about these residential colleges is these students kind of feel like my family. I feel like this benevolent aunt who's sort of taking care of them. And it felt like, we really needed to do something about this stuff, and I think as educators, I mean, this is sort of preaching to the choir a little bit given who I'm talking to, but I think we forget that students' well-being is part of our job, right? In the sense that we can't educate students. They're not going to learn about economics or Chaucer or computer science or whatever it is if, like 40% of them are too depressed to function most days, and over 60% experience overwhelming anxiety. I mean, that's what the stats are nationally at colleges right now. Like they're not learning in the way we think they're learning. And so I realized I wanted to do something about it. I'm a like academic psychologist by training. So what I figured I could do was like, I could teach a class on this stuff. I could like develop a new class where I, figure out these strategies. And that was easier to do than I expected, in part because, we know a lot over the last 20 years in this field of positive psychology and a lot of work in social psychology and beyond about just like strategies you can use to feel better, strategies you can use to kind of overcome things like depression and anxiety and so on. And so I kind of like packaged them all together, in a class. I assumed, it was a new psych class on campus, like, 30 or 40 students would take it. And so you could imagine my surprise when it, the first semester I taught it became the biggest class ever at Yale. Yale doesn't have a kind of pre-registration period. We have this sort of shopping period where people kind of pick as you go. And we have this little, like ticker that you kind of can look at, this little website that's telling you about enrollments. And I realized that we had a problem when, most of the graphs of enrollments go from 0 to 100 and they kind of hover down at the bottom, but they had to actually change the scale on mine automatically. So mine was going from 0 to 1,000 and then they had to bump up past 1,000. And I was like, something is very wrong. So we moved the class to a concert hall. There was talk about whether we would cap the class, but our administration kind of got it. They're like, we don't want to cap this class that's giving students strategies, good strategies for happiness. In fact, my dean at the time was like, we will be on the cover of the New York Times of like Yale kicks students out of happiness class. Like we have to find a way to get everybody to take this class. And so we kind of, worked it out. It was a little clunky, but yeah, in the end, we had a quarter of the entire student body taking the class, and had really gone viral on campus. But what I found so surprising was that it went viral not just on Yale's campus, but beyond. We are one of these universities that whatever we do, good or bad, is going to wind up in the New York Times for better or for worse. But this was a case where we wound up in the New York Times for something good, where the story really was, look at these Yale students who are, 19 years old, they're at Ivy League University, they've got everything made, and they're not flocking to classes on like investment banking or computer science, they're flocking to classes on happiness, like what's going on, and it really kind of became a sort of national conversation, I think, about like what's happening to our young people that they kind of need this stuff. So yeah, so that's sort of the story about how it got going. It wasn't necessarily planned, but it made me realize that like I'd hit a niche, right? Like students really like this stuff. They were voting with their feet on our campus. They wanted strategies they could use to feel better. And I think they wanted evidence-based strategies. They didn't flock as much to classes on the good life in the humanities and so on. I think they really wanted like, what does the science say about the kinds of things I can do to change my behavior to do better?
Oh, that's marvelous. And I think it's an indicator on the dashboard for all of us about what could be going on our campuses. So that leads me to ask you to speculate, what is your assessment of why this course was so surprisingly popular? And why is it that students today have this obsession with trying to understand the science of well-being and happiness?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a real like hunger for feeling better, right? I mean, they don't like this culture of feeling anxious and depressed. Like they know something's wrong, right? Like they get it. I even talk nowadays, to other high schools and middle schools and things, and it's already, some of these mental health issues are already happening there. And I think they get frustrated that they've been, sold a view of like academic success and success in life, maybe more broadly, that's like not allowing them to thrive. They feel like if I just, don't sleep and I don't, hang out with my friends and I study, 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 then I'll get into the perfect school. And then, I don't know, I'll like get out of the perfect school and get the perfect grades and I'll go to the perfect medical school and it'll be perfect, perfect, perfect. And then like, I'll tick everything off and my life will be great. And I think, what they're seeing in the trenches is like, this isn't working. They're watching their friends do that and their friends are having, episodes of depression and suicidality, and they're just like falling apart. Even the ones, again, that aren't going through like clinical levels of mental health dysfunction are just like stressed and burnt out and feeling overwhelmed, right? And so they're kind of getting that it's not working. And I feel like offering them a solution that's like, hey, this isn't working, but here are some strategies that really will work. I think they just kind of really resonated with that and they really kind of crave it. Another thing I'll say is that, many of you are in positions of thinking about well-being on campuses, and we're often in a position of wanting to do like programming for students or just like, come up with like different, activities they could do at night and yoga and these things. And we on Yale's campus have tried that stuff too, obviously. But I think there was something about saying that these things were within the context of an academic class that legitimized them, right? Like these are strategies that Yale thinks is so important. We're going to give you a grade for this stuff, right? And I think that legitimized some of these well-being practices in a way that other sorts of programming didn't. It wasn't just some like 8 o'clock thing on Sunday off to the side. It was something that we really like thought should be part of the curriculum. And I think that kind of mattered for them. It sort of signaled that normatively this stuff matters in a different way than some other projects might have in the past.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I can tell you from the community that I've been involved with for the last couple of decades, one of the fastest rising elements of the college budget is the cost of psychological counseling for young people today. And this has caused a great deal of anxiety and worry, and no one seems to have exactly the answers as to why it's going on. So your course appears to provide a recipe for things that you can do about this as a student, and it's based on science, which I think is really helpful to all of us. Now, this community that's meeting here, the Coalition for Life Transformative Education, is a group of like-minded people who are interested in trying to move the needle to change well-being in our college alumni years after they leave college. Now, I realize this is not exactly what your course was about, but we can't resist the temptation to ask you to speculate on what things we should be thinking about from your perspective to make a difference there.
Yeah, well, one question I get a lot, which is sort of related, is like, I taught them all this stuff. Did it help? Right? Did it help in the trenches while they were still there? And the whole experience, as you can imagine, like it's going to be 30 people, it's over 1,000 people. We don't have enough teaching fellows. We don't know where to teach it. The New York Times and the Today Show and NBC News is coming in to film it. I was just white knuckling the entire, and like, for those of you who are faculty, like, this is a new prep class. I hadn't finished it. I was like, what is happening? So what I didn't get my act together to do was to do a really like IRB approved pre and post survey of these students, versus a control group of students who weren't taking the class, to ask, did it statistically improve well-being? We just like didn't get our act together to do it. Anecdotally, I can tell you, I still get emails and thank you letters from students who took the class that say it's completely changed their life, especially with COVID kind of coming on the heels of my first teaching the class. I think so many students were like, the strategies I chose to use to kind of get through this crisis were different because of your course. And so thank you. So anecdotally, it seemed to help, but we didn't actually test it out. We were, however, able to test it out in some of the subsequent versions of the class that we did. So as Rick mentioned, we put the whole class online on Coursera.org for anyone in the world to take it. There's now 3.5 million people who've taken the class, which is humbling and incredible. But there we actually had some bandwidth to sort of set up like a real scientific study to ask if it was working. And so the way we did it was people who take the Coursera class can opt into being in the study. They get a survey at the beginning of the class. It's a sort of standard survey that people in positive psychology use to measure well-being, what's known as PERMA. And then they get that at the end of the class. And we were able to use a control condition because Yale also teaches other psychology classes on Coursera, like just take intro psych. And so we had the intro psych students do it too. So they're both taking a psychology class, but like one's getting all these kind of happiness tips and the other's not. And so what we find, which is kind of cool, is that in both classes, well-being goes up from the beginning to the end of the semester. So just kind of getting through a class and finishing it is like good, for your well-being and your sense of meaning. So 2 thumbs up. But what we also find is that the boost in well-being you get from my class is bigger than just a regular psychology class. On average, we were finding the specific boost that comes from this happiness class was about 1 point on this sort of 10-point PERMA scale. So what does that mean? That means if you started out as like a 6 out of 10 on happiness, you might leave the class with strategies that got you to a 7 out of 10. But that is like immediately after the class. We haven't yet been able to kind of survey people 1 year out, 5 years out, which I think is some of the goals of what a lot of you are talking about, which is like, how can we give students lifelong strategies that are really going to help them? The hope is that, maybe these kinds of things stuck, but these are kind of current studies that we're waiting to do. We kind of have to wait. This is the problem with human studies. It's not like a rat where they grow really fast. You have to wait the 5 years and then come back and survey people. But the hope is that, people just write saying that these things have changed their life, that they were suicidal before and now they have these strategies to do better, that 2 years on from taking the class, they're still meditating or exercising or whatever it was. And so I think there is reason to suspect that some of these things might hold really for the long term. And that's exciting for 2 reasons. One is, what if we could seed these kinds of skills early, early maybe at college, but early maybe before college. Now imagine them getting it in middle school before they wind up at Olin or somewhere else, right? So they kind of know these strategies ahead of time. But the other cool thing is that, these are strategies that we're presenting in an online format, right? These people can just take this class online. And I think, we could quibble about, obviously it would probably be better to do it live and in small groups and so on. But this, approach suggests that what we can do is we can scale this, right? Which I think is another problem, right? One of the reasons so many of those mental health services are so expensive is they tend to be one-on-one approaches or small group approaches. You need, one counselor per student, and that gets really expensive. But if there's ways that you can give these strategies at scale, even if they give a smaller benefit than probably it would to have one-on-one therapy with someone, that small benefit at scale can probably give a large benefit, for less money. And we're doing the thing that universities do best, which is we're teaching students academic content. So like, win-win all around.
Oh, this is fascinating. This provokes about a dozen new questions, which we don't have time for. So let me just take advantage of a little bit of the opportunity to talk to you personally before I open the questions for everyone. One of the things that is very interesting to me is the fact that you went to Coursera with your course soon after you launched it at Yale. Some would feel that this is going to raise some complications because inherently mentoring and helping students feel better about themselves requires building some kind of personal relationship. And Coursera is not an in-person sort of environment. So you are one of the few people I know who's had experience in both. You've taught this material with people at Yale face-to-face. You live with them in the residence hall. You can see it and touch it. On the other hand, you also have hundreds of thousands of people that take this course online. What insights have you gained about the effectiveness of trying to teach this sort of material online? Does it work? How does it work? Is it the same as doing it in person? Is it better than doing it in person? Is it not as good? What can we learn?
Yeah. Well, we're only now starting to get some data on this, right? We started with the Coursera data set. We've also been getting some data about a live version of the class from a different university, working with the University of Bristol in the UK. Professor Bruce Hood, who's there, has been doing a version of the class, and he's using slightly different metrics, kind of some of the well-being measures that are more typically used in UK studies. He's sort of seeing similar increases for a live class. But I'll say a couple things about that. So one is that when we filmed the online version of the class, we did it in a slightly different way than is typical for a usual Coursera class. It's not just me in front of like a green screen kind of talking about this stuff. We actually set up a little salon in my house where we had about 20 students from my residential college who came and like listened as I talked about this stuff. So the way it looks on Coursera is literally me talking to a group of very diverse students who have their own questions. So it's almost like the Coursera learner is sort of like participating as though they were a Yaley, and not in my kind of big, huge class, but in this sort of small group where people are asking these intimate questions. And we get a lot of feedback on Coursera that that's one of the things they liked, is that people feel like they're kind of like plopping into this intimate group of students, kind of having this one-on-one with me. So it's we again, we haven't done the scientific research of like, green screen versus intimate group to test what works, but my sense is that that helps, even though it's a big online class. But another way to answer the question is just, what the science shows is that these strategies work if you do them. And these strategies, I mean, the kinds of things we teach in my course. So making sure you get social connection, doing random acts of kindness, focusing on mindsets of gratitude, finding purpose, using your character strengths, healthy habits like sleep and exercise and meditation, like focusing on activities that give you more of a growth mindset, things like that. And so these standard practices, I mean, the science shows it works if you do them. And so the question is like, how can we get people to do them? I think that the one-on-one might be a kind of way to sort of put some social pressure, or it's like really gets to students and so on. But I actually think one of the reasons the class works is that it presents students with the data for this stuff. It's not just like, oh, I'm going to give you some meditation programming. I'm like, hey, look at this graph. Here's what's going to happen to your well-being. If you do the 5 minutes of meditation every day, here's what's not. And I think when people see that, college students and even our adult learners on Coursera, they're just like, okay, I don't want to be here on the graph. I want to be here, right? And so seeing the data, I think, can really help people make a decision for themselves that this is worth investing in, right? And use some strategies themselves to sort of put this into effect. And so, I wish I could multiply myself so I can be in tiny classrooms all over the world, but that's like 3 million classrooms at this point. It's like a lot. And so I think if we can find things that scale, they can be really powerful. Again, they probably on average are giving less of a boost to well-being for every individual, but a small boost for lots of people, I think, is making a big difference. And it just sort of starts people on the path to better habits.
That's very helpful, very great insights for us as we're trying to scale this across a wide range of different campuses, from large public research universities to small liberal arts colleges to technical schools and everything in between. So we're going to have to extrapolate a little bit from your experience and try it. You mentioned that we just don't have the data from 30 years ago to know how this works. The surrogate that we've been using actually is a Gallup study that they did with Purdue. I'm sure you know about this, the Gallup-Purdue Index, which is a correlation study. It's not a causation, but it correlates what alumni can tell you they remember from their undergraduate experience with their well-being today. And so our compass direction right now, as we're starting on this journey, is to try to emphasize those undergraduate experiences that we know correlate with the outcomes. And I'm sort of wondering if you know of other kinds of studies or other things we should be thinking about as we're trying to identify the compass directions for the work that we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think, this isn't exactly the exact answer to the question I think you were looking for, but I think, one of the things I think universities need to think about a lot are what's the barriers to some of these kinds of things, right? So some of the kinds of things I sort of include in our compass, as it were, are things like social connection, sleep, getting in some exercise. I don't think these are things that are naturally hard for our students, right? Like these are the things that are just kind of like human nature would cause you to do if you didn't have something else in the way. But I think the problem with modern universities is that there's a lot of other stuff in the way. These are over-scheduled, overworked students who are doing, like spending a ton of time on schoolwork, perhaps more time than they need to because they're so anxious and so stressed about it. They're spending a ton of time on extracurriculars to the point that if you talk with students, they often hate them because they're feeling so overwhelmed by them, right? And in some ways, it's like, the students might naturally gravitate towards the stuff that works if we could take some of the barriers, out of place. And so I think as you think about the compass, it might not be, well, what kinds of activities do we build in, but what are the kinds of things we need to take away? And this has become really salient to me in my role as a head of college on campus during COVID. So I'm not sure what's happening at all your universities. Last year in 2020, Yale sort of kicked out the sophomore class, so they were studying at home. We had the first years on campus just for a semester, and everything was on Zoom. So they could be on campus, but they're not doing any live stuff. And pretty much all extracurriculars, sports, everything, a cappella, which is really big on Yale's campus, all that got canceled, right? So there's none of that stuff. And I was expecting this to have a huge negative impact on students' mental health, right? I mean, I even very publicly said, I don't know if they should be back on campus. What are we doing? Blah, blah, blah. What ended up happening was interesting. I mean, it was a stressful year, right? It's the middle of a pandemic. These students come in with mental health issues and so on. But I saw two things that were really interesting. So one is that I think students were so burnt out on screens that when they had free time, they were much more present and social with each other. They talked about doing the thing that I remember from college, which is like staying up into the middle of the night, like, chatting with their roommates and BSing about crap, right? And just like talking and being present with one another. They were present with each other at meals, right? Which they kind of had together outside when they could, but they didn't want to like be on a screen and working. They were so starved for human contact that they kind of did that naturally. The other thing was that I think students were way less time famished than normal. There's lots of social science evidence that your feeling of time famine can really negatively impact your well-being. One study by Ashley Willens shows that if you self-report being time famished or you just don't have time for things, that's as big of a hit point for point on your well-being as self-reporting that you're unemployed, right? So think of the like meaning, purpose, kind of well-being hit that comes from being unemployed. And if you self-report just like not having any time, that does that. And I think because there were like no extracurriculars and sports, like students just like had more bandwidth. They would talk, like I would see them like in the courtyard, like reading a novel, not for like a class, but just like to read a novel and things like in the ways that they just never did. And so again, kind of getting back to like, what do we take off their plate? I think this is really interesting to think that, what have we done by kind of packing our universities with every single opportunity ever, every possible language class, every possible sport and extracurricular. We might be setting up students for this like FOMO that's going to cause them to like pack their schedules too far. So what would it look like to have a like cap on the extracurricular? You can do one sport and one singing group and that's it. You're just like done, right? Or have a cap on the number of classes they take and things like that. Again, I think figuring out ways to take stuff off students' plates might be better too.
Well, this is wonderful insight. I'm just struck by a number of comments that you made. One of them is the business of getting people who are incessantly driven to try to do more and more and more, take more, make more credit hours than anybody else on in the floor that I'm on, more extracurriculars, and then compare that with what we look at when we do admission universities. It seems that this is maybe heading in the wrong direction, that the people who we give preference to are the ones who have more on the resume, which really points in another direction. And that is, in order to deal with this, this is not just a professor of psychology's problem on campus. This is the entire campus that needs to come together. So you need cooperation across the institution with other faculty members, with the staff, with the administration. So the question I have is, inherently what you're doing is, in my interpretation anyway, you're making a plea to the institution as a whole and your colleagues that in order to make headway on this, we have to broaden our mission beyond transferring knowledge and skill. We now have to be willing, because we are always, whether we're aware of it or not, in taking responsibility for shaping mindset, shaping attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs in students as well. But this is not always a comfortable conversation with faculty colleagues. And I'm sort of curious, how have your faculty colleagues reacted to this course? And how do you feel about the success in persuading them to join you in this effort?
Yeah, well, I think we can sometimes get in this framework of either or, either we're committed to transferring knowledge or we're committed to, transferring knowledge plus this other stuff. Actually, if you look at the scientific work, I think there's that distinction doesn't make sense. Like every available study in positive psychology suggests that the transferring knowledge part, the getting them to think innovatively, getting them to think creatively, getting them to just learn stuff, that's all going to work better if they're in a good mental health space, right? There's evidence that if you get medical school students like in a good mood, they're going to find the creative solutions to medical problems more quickly. There's evidence that if you put people in a position where they're suppressing their emotions, they're suppressing their negative emotions, that's going to cause them to do worse on memory tests and do worse on decision-making tests, right? Like not paying attention to students' mental health when they're in this much distress, with 60% of students reporting that they're overwhelmed overwhelmingly anxious, right? Think of when you're overwhelmingly anxious, like what are you retaining? Like not very much. Are you performing well on your exams and stuff? No, right? And so I actually think that, it's not, and this is kind of how I've met faculty colleagues and talked about this, right? This isn't an either or. Like we are just not going to succeed in our mission well, if we didn't take care of this. And we know this from other domains. We'd never be like, well, let's just get rid of the dining halls. Dining halls super expensive, all this staff, food waste. Let's get rid of it. They just won't eat. You'd be like, no, well, they can't learn if they're not eating, right? Like we feed them because that's the way to like get them to learn in part, right? And I think it's the same thing when we're thinking about their well-being, when we're thinking about their mental health. Like this is a level of mental health dysfunction that we are simply not doing our job. And I think my faculty colleagues, if we're being totally frank, have seen that. A lot of students will self-report that students aren't doing as well in their classes as they were 10 years ago, that they're not coming up with as creative paper assignments. And that's in part because they're just triaging everything. How could you not, if you're kind of in that mental health space? And so, yeah, so I think the messaging for folks who aren't naturally on board with this is like, there's no distinction between these missions. This is our mission. Even if the only mission you thought was transferring knowledge and not setting up beliefs and mindsets, which, bracketed, hopefully we have faculty colleagues who don't think that. But even if you thought that was it, you still need to pay attention to this stuff, because ultimately, if they're not there in terms of their mental health, that's going to constrain what they're going to learn.
Yeah, well, this is an extremely important message. Some of our audiences for the folks that are involved in this coalition aren't on campus at all. They are, for example, boards of trustees and legislatures who support higher education in general. Understanding the science of happiness, understanding the condition of learning today on campus is a very important conversation to have. It's one that not everybody on campus has responsibility for, but some of us do. And one of the consequences of that is that there's sort of a generational issue here too. If you're really young, and so I'm just make this as an odd benchmark. If you grew up after the iPhone, you don't know what the world was like before that. And it just sort of seems like everything is digital and Facebook always existed. If you grew up in my generation, I mean, this was like when we just invented the wheel, a lot of things look surprising. And so it leads you to sort of speculate, what's happened? How did so many young people become so obsessed with anxiety and depression, overwhelmed? I mean, in my generation, we worked hard. There were stresses too. We've had wars before, we've had all kinds of things, but we don't remember these issues coming up then. So why are they coming up now? Is there something fundamentally different about society today? Is parenting in America different than it was 2 generations ago? Does Facebook play a role in this? We don't know. And while it's not central to knowing what the right thing to do is, it is helpful to be able to explain this to stakeholders who are not native to campuses. And I know this is probably not what you wake up and think about every morning at breakfast, but I'm just
No. I mean, honestly, it really is, right? Like, there's been an enormous causal change between like my generation, which I like to think, I mean, it was a long time ago, but I like to think it wasn't that long ago, right? Like between my generation and the current generation of students. And we have to ask the question, like, what happened, right? Like what happened so we can figure this out? And I think you're right. Like there's not going to be like a silver bullet, right? A bunch of things happened, right? Parenting did change. There's a wonderful book by Julia Lithcott-Hames about helicopter parenting. And she goes through that in the 80s, like we kind of changed around how anxiously we parented. That was like the stranger danger time, and people are putting, like horrible things in people's Halloween candies, playgrounds are unsafe, seatbelts, we need to build those in, right? Like there was a kind of anxiety and a protectiveness that got built into parents, like kind of societally, that sort of changed around whether you could just like be a free range kid and wander home like after school, right? Like that just doesn't happen in the way it happened for us. And some of those changes are good. I'm not saying they're all bad, but they're structural and real sociological changes. She also points out that, at the same time, the kind of rhetoric about college changed, right? It became kind of much more mandatory in a way that it might not have been in our generation. And I think the kind of push for meritocracy changed, right? There was this idea that there's, certain colleges were the good colleges and the spoils of war go to very few. And if you could add more and more and more admissions, committees like that, I think admissions committees did like that. There was probably a change there too, where they like being more and more selective because that looks good over time, right? And so, students had to kind of ramp up. And I think parents got very anxious about the possibility of their kid getting left behind, right? And so that change was true. And then on top of that, you have, the beginning of these devices. If you take the graph of college student depression, anxiety, suicidality, pick whichever bad thing you want to look at, and you map it onto the number of iPhones in American society, like that correlation is striking. We know correlation is not causation, but like, wow, that looks pretty tight, right? And I think if you think about what these devices have done, it's really changed around a number of features of what it means to be on campus. We had a speaker, we do these kind of teas for our students where it's kind of like a fireside chat. And we had a former Yale alum who came and talked about kind of life in Silliman College where I live. And he pointed out this thing that I never really thought of. He was saying that, his suite, that everybody called his suite by like 424 or whatever. And like, that was the phone number in his room where people could like call his room and call. And the students were like, wait, there were phone numbers attached to our room. And we started talking through what it meant to have a cell phone. It means you can never be off, right? Your friends can always find you. You can always be posting something on Snapchat or TikTok. Like, it wasn't like back in the day when I was there where I could like leave my room and go to the library and study, and no one thought they could get in touch with me. There was no norms of me being on. I could kind of be off the grid in a way that our students never are. The performativeness of kind of being on all the time gets even worse when you're performing in lots of different ways. You mentioned this idea of pen face, or sometimes it's called duck face, where you're showing off. A duck is like one of these creatures that like, it looks like it's very calm on the surface, but if you look underwater, it's like paddling so frantically. And this is the idea of pen face. You kind of put on this fake face on the outside, but on the inside, you're falling apart. And these tools that our students have that they're posting on all the time kind of allow them to do that in a way that's different. And they can't walk away from them in the same way that we walked away from a phone. You have to, the students talk about like, if you leave your phone in your room, it's making a statement. That's performative in a very different way, right? And so, that was just something we never saw. And it's not just the need to perform, it's, anxious notifications about emails that are coming up, or, stuff that's happening in the world, right? Like, they're not kind of controlling the input of information. And a lot of that information is anxiety provoking, in part because it's designed to be anxiety provoking, because that's what captures our attention. And the economy now is an attention economy. So I think, that was a long-winded way of responding, but I think there's no silver bullet. There's lots of changes, but so many of them are out of these poor students' control, right? They didn't kind of fall into them. And any of us who was exposed to this stuff would react the same way. We sometimes, I'm sure all of us kind of get this idea of like, oh, these snowflakes, like, what are they so anxious? Like, we went through world wars and, Vietnam and like what, and it's like, those things were bad and tough, but, these students were raised in a different way than we were. And they're kind of exposed to sort of stressors that are different and maybe psychologically taxing in a way, that the previous generations didn't get. And so, I do think understanding these things, it would help us. I don't know if we can shut off some of them, but I think it'd make us knowledgeable about what happened and how we can think about with admissions or with the kinds of structures that we in colleges and in college administrations control, how we can do better.
That's so insightful. I'm so glad that you shared that. That gives me a new narrative in talking to people in my generation and those who are in governance at universities as well. I think just the simple idea that you can't shut the world off and reflect and provide the time for your brain to process. You constantly have to be performing, should developmentally raise some red lights on the dashboard. The other one, of course, is the lack of confidentiality, the lack of barriers, the lack of an ability to make mistakes in life without permanent consequences. All this is different for the next generation, and thank you for articulating that. I'm going to open this up now. I'm going to be a little bit less greedy with the opportunity to talk to you and allow our whole community to ask questions. So I would suggest that everybody who's in the audience, if you have questions for Lori, put them in the chat, and that way I can be processing them while she's answering them. We already have a couple of them. Let me begin with one from a member of our steering committee, actually. This is the provost at Wake Forest University, Rogan Kirsch. And rather than reading this, Rogan, I think it might be better for you to personally ask Lori the question. We are not a huge group here today. Why not do this face-to-face if our technical folks can make that happen?
I didn't honored. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Big thanks for absolutely fabulous presentation of actually taking your course and stolen large parts of it for my own classes. So thanks as well in a plagiarizing, admitting kind of way. I was dropping in a chat point as you were talking about the barriers to some of the achievements you're describing, and I paired it with your opening comment that students don't like this culture of feeling anxious and depressed. And wow, agreed completely. And we've made a ton of efforts at Wake Forest, in some cases bringing in outside folks like Dan Biederman, who created the Bryant Park sort of safe, relaxed spaces to help busy New Yorkers reduce stress and engagement. And still, we keep running up against the broader culture that these amazing young people exist in. One that, as a political scientist, I know we have higher degrees of polarization and mistrust and burnout and mutual suspicion and so on. I love the fact of your class's existence. And again, we try to put some of the same opportunities to uplift in place. And we keep running up against this wider culture. And not to lay down our arms, but how do you think about the kinds of efforts you're describing and the kind you carry out through the curriculum within a culture that's so, alas, antithetical to the improvements we're hoping to achieve?
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought this up, because this is a real frustration for students, right? Because they see this irony writ large. I had petitions from students complaining about why we had grades in our course. And it's because Yale wouldn't let me count a class for credit that didn't have some sort of midterm or assessments of their knowledge, right? But they're like, you're teaching me that grades are gonna, impact my well-being in a negative way. They're gonna impact my learning in a negative way. Why do we have them? And it's like, we tried to do them better, but that was part of it. But and I think there's another spot where students see the hypocrisy too, that I think is really useful for administrators to pay attention to, is that and this comes from some work in psychology, people like Betsy Pollack and others at Princeton have studied, which is like how we build up norms, right? Like, how do you figure out what the norms are? Like, part of it is like who's pursuing certain things and the attitudes that they have. Part is it the structures that you see. But like, one way that we don't pick up on norms is to tell people, like Yale is a place that's committed to your mental health. That does not work to transmit norms at all. What works to transmit norms is like, what's the important stuff at Yale? What gets airtime? What gets a grade? What gets whatever, right? And I think the thing that they find, most annoying is when we give lip service to the well-being stuff. But again, it's like, some 8 o'clock thing on Sunday, 1 week, right? Which is, and the rest of everything, like football gets all this money and all this time, and classes get all this time and all this money. I think they can get really frustrated with that. And I see this even more at the younger levels. As I said, I've been doing lots of talks for like high schools and middle schools and things, and was giving a talk at a very prestigious New England high school. And again, it was like one of these, like the last day of school, Lori comes in, gives this big lecture, and one of the students stood up and he was like, I'm angry at this. Like, I'm a senior. We just spent like the last 3 years killing ourselves to get into college. All the messaging was how important that was. And you're going to come here on the last day of school and tell us that grades don't matter and our sleep matter. Where was that, infused in the rest of this stuff, right? Like, they're not stupid. Like, they're picking up on what we think is the most important. And so then the question is like, what does that structural change look like? I've actually talked a lot with high schools about what that structural change looks like. Because again, I think a lot of these problems start earlier. And they say that they feel like they can't downgrade their rigor, expectations, all this stuff for students for 2 reasons. One is that their students will get into less selective colleges, right? Their numbers will go down and that will look bad. And the second is that they've tried to do this in some cases, but parents have complained. One of the Boston schools I was working with was like, we had 7 hours of homework a night, which I was like, wait. Like, after school, they're like, yeah, on average 7 hours of homework a night. And we wanted to backtrack it to like 5 hours. And they actually got parental complaints because parents said, this is a move to be less rigorous. Our kids are not going to get into Yale as much, right? And so, then the strategy is like, it feels like we've kind of created this arms race of, more, stuff on the admissions file. And I think one way to think about what that would look like would be to scale back. Like, I've actually talked with people in the Ivies about, what would it look like for like the Yale, Harvard, Stanford, Princetons of the world to say, we're going to backtrack. We're going to do admissions this way. Like if you hit a certain SAT or a certain extracurricular threshold, we'll just say, yep, you could get in, and we'll do a lottery. Like if you do more, it doesn't matter, right? Like we're just going to set a limit on what's expected of you. If you hit that, there's not going to be some magic secret formula. We're going to do this. And the terror when you talk to administrators and admissions officers about something like that is they say, well, what if somebody defects? What if Princeton goes and makes like the extra awesome, and then their students are awesome and they get into all the med schools and get all the Rhodes scholarships and all this stuff, right? So I think this is a collective action problem in the way like a nuclear arms race is a collective action problem. And we might really want to think about universities getting together to say, again, this isn't working. It's not working financially because we're dumping tons of money into student services and people to protect this mental health crisis that we in part have created. It's not working in terms of the kind of learning that students are getting because they're not able to learn in the right way. We'd be better at doing our job if we could figure out a way to like backtrack. So, but yes, big structural changes that, I'm putting a Band-Aid on, and students know it's a Band-Aid, and that kind of pisses them off.
This is great. We're getting lots of questions now, so I'm going to have to clump them together, and I think not everybody's going to get called on. So I'm seeing some questions that resonate with the observation that the problem is less about having a weak generation that's not able to cope than it is with the system and with the environment that we've created in college. So let me ask one person who's in this domain that has several of these questions to respond. And this is Nicole Ricardo, who happens to also be at Wake Forest, but they're in the, I think she is involved with the Wellbeing Center there that's been studying this for some time. So Nicole, could you unmute yourself and pose your question?
Yeah, and I think, Laura, you've actually already started to touch on some of these issues. The project that I run is a national survey research project of undergraduate students. And in the course of doing that work, we have lots of conversations with faculty, staff, practitioners, and decision makers. And they say a lot of what you're saying to me, like, we're just trying to keep up with the Joneses, so to speak. And also, I wonder about, until we can figure out this arms race, as you call it, are there things, smaller things that we can start doing on a more moment-to-moment basis to create, even if it's just within our own schools or within our own classrooms, more well-being supportive communities and environments so that students are not having to cope with having more stuff on their resume as undergraduates than I had when I had done like 4 years of graduate school.
Exactly.
So for instance, are there ways that we can be in classrooms with our students? If we have to do tests, are there different ways that we can approach the tests? Are there ways that we can change our interactions with students even? So are there, again, thinking more sort of at the opposite end, are there more granular things that we can do to start to change the environment in the meantime?
Yeah. I think, I think there are definitely. I mean, I think, again, giving students individual strategies is always useful. And we've seen that, with the Coursera data, that it seems to be working, at least for adult learners, right? I think anytime the administration can make changes to help with this, it's helpful. But I think one thing that we've seen on our own campus is that kind of, voluntary versions of that don't work as well. So let me give you an example. So Yale has a system that's kind of a pass-fail type system for courses, which they call credit D-fail. I don't know why Yale does everything weirdly, but it's basically like a pass-fail. And, it was the case that those were kind of limited. You could only take a few of them. You had to decide at the start of the semester, and not kind of, halfway through decide you're going to switch to pass-fail and so on. Yale's changed many of those. It now is the case that you at Yale can elect pretty much any class on campus to count as pass-fail, and you could elect it on the last day of classes. So you can literally walk out of your final exam on the last day of classes and be like, that didn't go so well, like pass-fail instead, right? Like that's how easy we have made it for students, right? And very few students do this because they think that there's going to be some consequence in the world for this, right? Like they're reading into what are the kinds of things that incredibly driven people do, and they feel like the pass-fail is like a stopgap. And so I think what we need to do, as much as we don't want to be paternalistic, I think, we've been so paternalistic on bad things for this generation. I think we need a little bit more paternalism, is to like literally set these up. Imagine if Yale said, no, everybody has to take one pass-fail class a semester. It's just required. You got to pick one that's pass-fail, right? they'd be forced to kind of take a break, or they'd be forced to sort of try something that they knew they wouldn't get a grade in, right? I was joking about like we regulate the number of extracurriculars they do, but I don't think that's such a bad idea, right? Like, imagine we put a cap on some of this stuff, right? Like you can't, like we're just preventing you from doing the normal thing you would be doing, which is like chasing all these carrots all over the place. Again, I think the structural changes ahead of time would be better, right? It would be better to kind of give them mindsets where they weren't going for that stuff. But it's really hard for students in the face of this stuff to kind of break from that. And I see that in part because Yale's such an international university. We get students who come with very different backgrounds. Like I remember I had a student from Zimbabwe who took the class who'd like be the kind of student who would like, meet with me for coffee every once in a while, which already tells you he's different than my like type A, busy all the time students. And he said that when he first started, he didn't really understand why we needed a class like this. It felt like a lot of the things I was saying, like sleep, like take a break every once in a while, like they seem like we really need to tell people this. But then over the course of the semester, he was a first year, he said, now I get it. Like when you just soak up this culture, you just feel like, again, these norms transmit. It's like, I'm the only one who's not doing 40 extracurriculars. I'm the only one that's not trying to double major. I'm the only one, right? And they kind of get in there. And so I think the more we could do to like put caps on some of this stuff, regulate it, at least in the short term, it would really help. But ultimately, like the signals are going to come from what's happening about, if med schools and graduate programs and, iBanking jobs don't do something different, it's not going to work. And I think on the lower, unless admissions does something different at the university level, high schools aren't going to be able to change, right? Because they're kind of fighting the same arms race at one level down.
These are great ideas, and they remind me as well that there are opportunities for all of us to set this example, right? We can say to students like, I actually decided not to take that thing or do that extra project or go to the extra thing today. So thank you for sharing these great ideas with us.
And Rick probably knows this well, because I think I scared him. So if you email me, you get my away message where I say, hey, I get way too much email. I'm probably just not going to write back to your email. Here's the stuff I'm going to do. I'm really trying to protect my time affluence. And that means I might not be able to meet with you or get back to you. I'm sorry. But like I've really recognized that I need to follow this stuff too, because if they see me being frantic, that's an instant, that's instant hypocrisy. They can see, again, their norms are set not by what you say, but by what you do. And not all of us at the faculty level are doing a great job with this too. So I think working on our own oxygen masks first might be really essential as well.
This is great. I wish we could go on for 3 hours. Unfortunately, we can't. I'm struggling with too many questions and about 9 minutes left. So I'm going to go next to Maureen Linker, who has an interesting question about intersectionality between students from different groups and how we might think about these lessons applied there. So Maureen, would you unmute yourself and share your question directly?
Sure, and let me begin by saying how much I appreciated this conversation. It was wonderful. So thank you so much, Lori, and thank you, Richard. I'm just thinking, everything you're saying is resonating, and I find it really important and significant. But I am thinking about, I'm at a public regional campus. I have lots of first gen and working class students. I have students who are sort of ethnically and racially diverse, and they're trying to get a leg up. And when I think about things like scaling back credits, I think about the debt that they may be accumulating and the family sacrifices. When I think about, advice about leaving messages that say, I'm not available or I need some downtime. And I think even about my colleagues of color who that may be interpreted in ways that could be detrimental professionally. So I'm just, this is sort of a collective question of like, would it be useful for us to collectively think about, what populations are most vulnerable from an intersectional lens? And then how do we sort of work out from there so that the type A high achieving, maybe upper middle class kids who, students who have, clear stressors, but how might it be the case that it's not just catch up for other groups?
Yeah. And I think that, this is really essential, right? Because the way these mental health statistics play out is completely different from an intersectional lens, right? I will say though that, I think there's this definitely all the kids at Yale are very type A, but we actually have a really diverse population. Right now, it's about 20% first generation students at Yale, right? So I think people don't realize that we actually do have populations where this matters. And the way I see this playing out in my own residential college is that like they're kind of caught in the crossfire in a really awful way, right? In the sense that, all these kinds of stressors are playing out, and they additionally have like, and I don't know how I'm going to buy my winter coat, right? Like, I don't know how I'm going to like, pay for my books this semester. I don't have someone who's like able to tutor me for 6 hours a day because, like my parents didn't go to college, right? And so I think that, my experience when working with first generation or students of color, students from these intersectional backgrounds, is that the same stressors are there and worse, right? And so that's why I think these like regulated things might be useful. If we're just like, hey, you're at Yale, but the norm at Yale is that you take this many extracurriculars, right? On the one hand, you might worry like, well, am I giving them less of a college experience? Not if those extracurriculars are killing them, right? Like we can calibrate the amount of work that we want to put in to like a normal amount that's not going to cause them to do harm to themselves to kind of maintain that standard. I think that's the problem, is that, in all domains, we've kind of thought more, like more classes, more extracurriculars, more, but we are passing the threshold where this is useful, especially for our students from vulnerable populations. One of the things I have these meetings with Figley students in our kind of pre-orientation program with them. And, they're all like, well, can I take 6 classes, when the typical version is 4? And I tell them, hey, you got an extra class more than your non-Figley students, because your class is like figuring out what are classes, how am I going to pay for this stuff? Like, how do I tell my family about this? Like, that is a class, like that's going to take up 8 hours of your time a week, and you need to leave space for that. And so again, I think some of these kind of like putting these standards in place could protect these vulnerable populations even more. But it's careful to figure out exactly what you said, right? Like, how do we do that well? How do we do that in ways that aren't read differently for people from certain backgrounds versus others? That's why I think just making them the norm works, right? Like as a biracial woman, I do worry that people see that thing and they're like, well, she's not service oriented. But I'm like, if every faculty had that away message, I wouldn't have to worry about that anymore, because all the white guys would have that too. But yeah, so these kind of norms, we need to think carefully about how they play out. But I think there are ways to do them in ways that aren't like ramping down below what people are paying for, but are giving them what they're paying for and not kind of causing harm at the same time.
This is great. I'm again triaging too many questions and not enough time. I'm going to throw the ball now to Suquant Judge, who is in the provost's office at Arizona State University. And his framing here is about challenges that exist even if you don't have highly selective admissions policies. One of the unique features of this coalition that we're putting together is that it's probably more diverse than any other community of universities that you know of. We're going to have a discussion later this afternoon about, for example, community colleges, historically Black institutions, Ivy Leagues. There are some things that cut across all of these, and it's important to keep that in mind. So Suquant, would you unmute yourself and ask your question directly?
I will. Thank you so much, Dr. Santos. Inspiring work and fantastic talk. So Arizona State University, by its charter, is a very different kind of institution. We believe they'll be measured by not by whom we exclude, but by whom we include and how they succeed. And that drives our design of our learning systems. We have about 136,000 students. We believe in 2 years that number will be 150. And I know from the work that we are doing with our students that the stressors exist for them as much as any other student body. And you responded to this question earlier also. But I see another thing play out in our environment, and I would love to hear your comments on it. That is for first generation students not understanding how a large university works, how an education institution works. And there, the impact of a lot of choice is lack of engagement sometimes. And I would welcome any thoughts you might have for a university of our design that approaches this question in this way. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, that is a reaction that a lot of students have, right? And I think particularly students like who are first gen, who are just trying to understand this place, and then you get too many options and you're like, I'm out. And this is true of any situation where you give people way too many options, right? This is a phenomenon called choice overload, right? It causes people not to pick insurance plans because, you go to your HR and it's like, which insurance plan do you want? And they're like, this 600, you're like, oh, I'll think about that later, right? And then you never engage at all. And so again, I think that, the more we can upfront and personal within the kinds of things that students find important in their lives, as a class or as a thing that seems mandatory, right? To give them these kinds of skill sets or give them these kinds of options for gaining skill sets. That's going to help us out, right? Imagine there's just a mandatory pre-orientation program about sleep, right? Like you don't have a choice. Everybody at ASU takes it, right? And that sets, again, that does two things. One is it makes it not that you're remedial or you need extra help or you're not pushing yourself as hard if you're kind of in the type A student situation. But it also means like, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have a choice. Like the university is signaling that this is important to us and this kind of matters to us. And again, just kind of get back to the point we made earlier, like it does matter, right? Because it is our educational mission to make sure their well-being is doing okay. Because if they're not, then we're not going to meet our educational mission either. Oh, Rick, I think you're muted. Sorry.
We can't thank you enough, Lori, for your sharing today and for the work that you've done for years now. I can't believe you've been teaching for 20 years. You look more like my students than a faculty member. You are so insightful, and your expression of extending what you've learned to universities as a whole is so valuable to us. So thank you so much. I hope you have a great day now, and I look forward to the next chance I have to talk with you.
Thanks so much for having me.
Bye-bye. And you're, of course, welcome to stay if you have time. Well, as I look forward to the agenda that we have this afternoon, the next thing that's on our agenda is a special plenary session on life transformative education at the University of Connecticut. And since one of our steering committee members, Tom Katsouleas, is the recently stepped down president of the University of Connecticut, we've asked him to help introduce that position. By the way, Tom is an amazing guy that we have known for a long time. He was formerly the Dean of Engineering at Duke, and he was the provost at the University of Virginia. And everywhere he goes, there's a legacy of new ideas that still lives on today. So Tom, will you take it from here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Rick. It is my great honor to introduce an incredibly talented and dedicated team at the University of Connecticut. They are Professor Michael Bradford, Vice Provost for Faculty, Staff, and Student Development, who will kick off the presentation, but also participating in the discussion section will be Dr. Jennifer Lee Sputz, Assistant Vice Provost for Enrichment Programs and Director of the Honors Program. You can unmute and wave as I introduce you, so maybe people can see you. Dr. Sarah Croucher, Director of Academic Policy and Faculty Affairs. Professor Tom Scheinfeld, Professor of Digital Media and Design. And I believe we might have our incredibly talented Provost, Carl Lejwe, maybe joining as well. I just introduced this by saying when I arrived as president at the University of Connecticut, I observed there was a tremendous commitment to student success and quality of student experiences. The honors program was well known, and many other programs were providing the kinds of connections between curriculum and authentic problems, along with more supportive mentoring that correlate with life transformation. So my role as president was simply to pose the question, the grand challenge really, how to ask the faculty and staff, how can we ensure that those kinds of experiences reach every student at the scale of 24,000? And this is the group that had the courage to step up and try to provide the answer. So I think you're going to hear about how they are approaching the challenge and building support from the top down and to the grassroots level. And so before I turn it over to Michael, I want to share a quote from him that really excited me. And he wrote, "Wouldn't it be great if in 5 years, everyone working at UConn responded to the question, 'Why are you here?' with the same answer, 'We're here to transform lives.'" I love it. Michael, please take it away.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really great to be with you. Before I start, I just want to point out in the ever-widening concentric circles that we are trying to engage in this initiative. There are more people than I can even reasonably name, but there's certainly one person that we need to acknowledge, and that is Professor John Volin. When John first asked me to be on the working group, I was immediately struck by the daunting immensity of this initiative. But then I was also at once very proud that I worked at an institution that would undertake such an effort to transform the lives of 24,000 students. Now, since I just heard about ASU and over 100,000 students, I'm going to say that a little quietly, but that is a really good number. And when John spoke with me about that, I thought, how is that even possible? But I'm so excited that we're going to try to find a way. So simply put, John, we love and appreciate you. And thank you so much for the work that you did here before you moved on. Appreciate you. So my colleagues and I were grateful to be in conversation with you today. As you know, we've all, many of us have been asked to cover a good bit of ground. We tried to put a good bit of that detail in our written information. And so what I hope to provide is a more general overview of our work over the past couple of years. And I'm sure in the Q&A, my colleagues who Tom Katsoulias just named will be a part of adding some detail and maybe some meat on the bones in specific. So just going to share our PowerPoint here. Hope that it all goes well. All right, that's a good start from where I'm sitting at. All right. So a little joke to start out the conversation. My colleagues our intention, we want to share our intention is the Life Transformative Education Initiative at the University of Connecticut prepare students to meet the challenges of the 21st century. And we've brought visionary leaders from all levels of the university together, and we've met to identify best practices, create grassroots bottom-up change, especially cultural change, with a great deal of institutional support. Through a DEI framework, we focused on impacting and the development of every student's identity, agency, and purpose. Now, the impact of COVID-19, I'm sure for all of us, shifted our attention to more short-term measures, maintaining a safe space, maintaining the quality of the education, and experience, university experience that we are delivering. And of course, we continue to do so. But at the end of the day, our hope is that LTE is simply the water that we all swim in. And although some of us, with the kind of gray in their head that I have, although some of us will be able to identify all the tributaries and water byways that we have traveled, we hope to reach a point where the question, when the question is one day asked, what the hell is water? And as Tom so aptly said, and I stole that quote from somebody else, when you ask a person at the University of Connecticut, why are they here? The answer is to transform lives. So the goal of the LTE initiative at the University of Connecticut is to make life transformative education the foundation of our educational philosophy, but not only that, of our experiential philosophy as well. We want to emphasize innovative teaching and support the scaling up of experiential and service learning opportunities, while at the same time leveraging our institutional commitment and support. One of the ways that John started off our conversations here at the University of Connecticut was to make sure that we had both individuals at the administrative level and individuals at the unit level working at the same time, with the hope, of course, to meet in the middle. Some of the areas that you see here in bullets, you see like expanding first year and learning community opportunities, the scope and access of experiential service learning opportunities through a specific DEI lens, so that we make sure accessibility is one of the key areas of focus for us. We'll talk more about embedding LTE guiding principles at the unit level. We're working on that process right now, and certainly we'll need to figure out ways to implement that as we move forward. Connecting the dots. Why connect the dots? A number of reasons, right? So there are so many ways to affect the students' identity, strengthen their agency, and help them illuminate their own purpose. So understanding what we currently have in place across the university is crucial. We want to invest in those spaces. And I heard someone speak about this yesterday. We want to invest in those spaces that are already centered on this work. And at the same time, identify areas where we can put more resources and put more support. And we want to create vehicles for breaking down silos across the university. So it's crucial that we all have an understanding of the work that we are doing. We want to ask ourselves questions like, what happens when we intentionally connect innovative teaching with experiential and service learning initiatives? Service learning initiatives that are real world opportunities, right? What happens when we develop authentic, supportive relationships with students through our student engagement platform, Nexus? What happens when we emphasize long-term well-being, as we just heard the necessary importance of from Dr. Santos? What happens when we do that across the university? And also emphasize the role of the university as a necessary member of our larger community, whether that's in the community that we exist in regionally, across the nation, or across the world, right? Not to mention the generational effect that we can have in the lives of students and their families, especially our first-gen students. The diagram that you see in front of you gives a glimpse of our organizational structure for driving new initiatives. Also, it's the ways in which we engage our community members in the LTE initiative. The larger arrows that you see indicate the core team and the working groups and the cycle that we put our initiatives, the development of our initiatives in, and our conversations about how we want to move forward. And the smaller arrows, the ones you see along the bottom, the side, and the top, assessment, communication, and DEI. These identify the focuses that permeate, we hope, permeate all of our work. The rapid response teams that you see on the side help us to refine initiatives, and we also ask them to hack into problems that seem intractable. We're actually engaging that process in the work for our LTE guiding principles. Now, the ad hoc nature of the rapid response groups help us continue to widen our circle of colleagues, the folks that we have involved as personal stakeholders in the work that we are doing, always with an eye to ever expanding concentric circles out to all of our colleagues across the university, faculty, staff, folks who work in facility, and certainly in service of our students. We have always felt that community building events are crucial to socializing this philosophy and practice across the university. With the generous grant support through the CLTE organization consortium, we're able to continue moving forward with both the Cultivate conference at the beginning of, in the fall of 2020, and the LTE speaker series. In the Cultivate conference and breakout workshops, we ask our colleagues to help us think deeply about cultural change, how we facilitate that, how we affect that, how we can be supported in that by our colleagues across the university. And in the LTE speaker series, we're also taking advantage of the folks who we already work with, who are already working deeply in that space. The mid-year, we were also able to engage the LTE champions we derived from the Cultivate conference and the LTE speaker series to train in some mentorship for our students who at some point in time indicated a desire to disconnect from the university, and certainly were not engaged in the processes, of the university. I'm thinking deeply about Dr. Santos' conversations about what we take off the plate, and I so wish that I had heard this conversation while we were in the midst of our academic processes last year. And I think it would have certainly helped us think more deeply about what our students were involved in and how we could better have supported them over the course of that year. In this academic year, we will work with an outside entity to create a strategic plan moving forward for LTE. And we've also asked them to work with us on scaling up 2 existing service learning opportunities in order to create a template, that we then send out to our academic units for them to think deeply about scaling up their own service learning projects, or in the creation of new service and experiential learning projects, how we want to think deeply about accessibility, equanimity, and the size of those programs and how we are accessing students across the university. Last but not least, this clearly is a lot of work. And we've been in conversations with our deans and our department heads to help us identify support systems for our faculty and staff, our colleagues who have joined us as stakeholders in this work, whether it's in the core or the working groups or the rapid response teams. And finally, I have to say, we continue to enjoy strong institutional support. The university's three key priorities are doubling research and scholarship, being a powerful engine for the state of Connecticut, and the Life Transformative Education Initiative. All of this to say, the support and focus on LTE will figure significantly in the upcoming strategic planning for the university. What's next at the University of Connecticut? By the end of 2021, we hope to grow our partnerships across our campuses and begin conversations about the best way to embed our LTE guiding principles at the unit level. We hope to have some better understanding of how we support faculty through mechanisms like awards and research dollars attached to those awards, which we think is absolutely crucial to the sustainability of this work. Burning out people and thinking about Dr. Santos's email reply, I think is an important aspect of how we move forward in supporting our faculty who are supporting and staff who are supporting this work. Also, we want to extend our focus on our student engagement platform, Nexus, which actually allows us to connect a community of advisors and mentors and peer mentors around students, which we know will help facilitate authentic, long-lasting relationships. With each initiative, we continue to think about our colleagues who have yet to be directly engaged. And we always think about ways to gather credible baseline data, which while at the same time refining metrics to measure success, and of course, where we are dropping the ball and where we need to move the needle. Although both the Cultivate Conference and the LTE Speaker Series are still operating as a vital space for us, and we continue to engage more and more of our colleagues across the campuses, celebrate our colleagues who are actually doing this work in experiential and service learning. We've been happily surprised by the level of engagement in both these initiatives, especially in the virtual space. And now where we are mixing in-person and virtual opportunities, it's just deeply heartening to see how the university community has been engaged in this conversation with LTE. This also has allowed us to start a conversation with over 140 of our colleagues, over 300 of our colleagues having engaged in the speaker series, and we add more to that every day. And I think it's fair to say the overarching philosophy has become part of the UConn narrative. I was pleasantly surprised in a recent external review of one of our departments, where the reviewers used the LTE framework to assess student and faculty engagement. I will say one of our biggest challenges is creating and scaling up initiatives to support over 24,000 students in an R1 university. And as I mentioned, in supporting our faculty and staff in doing this work. As was mentioned yesterday, we are also thinking deeply, and it is of course not a difficult situation to fix, the dilemma of the flexibility of the LTE guidelines, while at the same time we want to maintain a certain level of consistency and quality across the units. The LTE guidelines are not a step-by-step method for how to create a course or experiential or service learning opportunity for our students. They are indeed large frameworks that we're hoping that folks use in order to step into this particular space to support our students. And so thinking about 3, 4, 5 years down the road, how are we continuing to maintain the level of engagement at LTE that we have at this moment, and the quality of the work and the participation of faculty and staff engaging with our students. I will say that we are incredibly proud of the DI work, the diversity, equity, and engagement, inclusion work, as was mentioned yesterday. And we are extremely proud of our work in this space as it concerns our current initiatives. The LTE speaker series, the internal guests, the invited guests, the makeup of our working groups, the service learning opportunities that we would like to engage in with a focus on inclusion. And we are certainly concerned about using a milieu of assessment tools, such as the CERU, the Student Experience in Research University data, which we will administer on an annual basis, along with student focus groups and internal surveys to continue to gain a deeper understanding of how students are engaging with these initiatives and how they are feeling about their experience at the university. The initiatives that we have listed here are simply part of the work that we feel has and will continue to be instrumental in shifting our culture and practice at UConn. But I would suggest that the word transferability might be too strong of a word. The beauty of this consortium and the conversations that we have been having yesterday and including today keep us all engaged, and it is clear that we all have so much to learn from each other. And to the extent that any of the initiatives that I've talked about today that are bullet points on these slides or as part of the written information that we have provided, I'll bet a quarter, because I only bet big money, that each institution that will pull from us and each institution that we will draw from as well will find a way to morph those ideas and initiatives into the vehicle that best supports the work that we are trying to do at our respective institutions. So I really appreciate your time here. I'd like to open up the conversation to our Q&A and invite my co-chairs, Dr. Lise Butts, Professor Tom Scheinfeld, core team members, Dr. Sarah Croucher and Amanda Pitts, if she's with us today, and certainly with Provost Carl Lejwe, if he is with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's excellent. I think we have about 10 minutes for those questions. So if our IT team could bring us back out of share mode and see the gallery again. You've got that, Michael. Okay, you've got the power. Okay. There's Carl Lejwe. Hello, welcome, Carl. And if you wave and unmute, people can see you. Okay. Let's see. Any questions off the bat for the UConn group? I'll start with one and then let others join in. And I hope I'm not overlooking someone with a raised hand. One of the things we saw yesterday, Michael and team, is how Bates College succeeded by having a balance between giving faculty and staff who engaged in their initiative structure. They have these infusion courses, and there were rules about what those infusion courses elements that they had to have in them. At the same time, beyond a few simple rules, which I think might be similar to your guiding principles, the faculty were free to be creative in terms of how they achieved the purposeful work initiative. Can you comment a little bit about what you think must be in the guiding principles so that there is a kind of cohesiveness to the university-wide effort, and it's not just, as I think Brian Olson said yesterday, 24 different projects. What should be in those guiding principles? Could you give us a little feel?
I've done a lot of talking, so I hope I can confer with my colleagues. We'll step into the space, but certainly one of those guiding principles, just to kick us off, is making sure that we are not creating a program that has the ancillary effect of disallowing some folks to participate. So as we think about inclusion, whether it's study abroad or other service learning opportunities out in the real world that have real world application and implications, how are we supporting those students that are financially challenged? How are we supporting those students in internships, right, that cannot afford to take an unpaid internship when we are connecting that to our coursework? And so, although it is a pretty open framework, it is certainly asking all of our faculty and staff and instructors to think deeply about how we make that initiative inclusive so that all students can participate. What are those resources that are necessary?
And I think one of the ways to think about that Michael and I and all of us have talked about is to make sure that we aren't creating more disparities by creating these opportunities so that the student who's working 25 hours a week can't be a part of this emotionally connected, supported opportunity, or the faculty member who is really emotionally connected to students, but an assistant professor and early in her career or his career is now taking on more of this, and that's uncompensated labor, and that creates a different kind of disparity. And so when we think about how we put this into a strategic plan, and I do want to really give Tom Katsouleas a lot of credit. When I came in as provost, and I was a provost somewhere else before, and I always struggled to be really clear what were the university priorities. I think it changed from one time to another, but it never did here. And one of them was always life transformative education, and that's along one axis. And if you think of our values along the other, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the equity part, not creating those disparities, force us when we create those initiatives that we're asking ourselves, is this going to create unintended consequences for some faculty? Will this create unintended consequences or even greater gaps for some students? So just wanted to add that on to what Michael shared, because we're really trying to be intentional about that.
I'll add one quick other element. I think for us, we knew that life transformative work was happening at UConn. It's happened lots of places. It was happening before we started this initiative. And so it wasn't the question of what or how, it's really the why. And I think this is the important part about the guiding principles and how they're going to come forward in these conversations, that that everyone at UConn needs to be on board with the why, and not just how can I fit what I'm doing now into this thing that the university is saying is important, but why these guiding principles? Why are these the things that we are all agreeing to as a community, every member of our community, to advancing? That's the part that I think LTE brings that maybe wasn't there prior to.
Tom, you're on mute.
I got auto-muted, I'm sorry. We have a question from Nicole, my new buddy from the breakout session from Wake Forest. Go for it, Nicole.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I love the work that you're doing. And as a quantitative methodologist, I always really appreciate seeing a mixture of qualitative work and quantitative work. I really think you need them both. So I love hearing that you're doing focus groups and assessments. And one of the things that I've learned over the years is that assessment work tends to oversample, particularly for white women. And I'm wondering if you have had any strategies for making sure in your focus groups and your assessment work that you're really getting inclusive samples so you can get the best information possible.
Do you want me to answer? So
you're the best to answer that.
Yeah. So first of all, on our survey data, like we can weight that according to our student population. So we're using this series, which is the student experience in the research experience, the student experience in the research university survey, which is benchmarked against other peer institutions. And it's also like the data that we have access to is weighted according to population. And what we actually have so far is a pretty representative sample of our students across the university. And then we're able to dig down into school and college, and we can look at within different demographics within those students whether that's by class standing, whether that's by race or ethnicity, gender, and actually also understand like the differences that are happening in there. So we have a really robust data set from that survey that I think we're excited to work with as our baseline. And not only that, because it's a benchmark survey, we can also look at how we're doing relative to other institutions. So as our starting point for that kind of big baseline data, first of all, on those big measures, it gives us a sense around like well-being measures, how often students are reporting that they have the opportunity to engage in experiential learning, how much they're reporting that they have strong relationships with their professors or with other staff at the university. Like it gives us a chance to kind of see how we're doing relative to our peers, how are we doing right now, and how are we doing within different student groups. And then as we start to get a sense of that big data, what we want to go and do is target our focus groups around questions that arise out of that. So if we see, for instance, that we have issues with connection between professors and male underrepresented minority students, then we'll try and build a focus group around that question, right? To start to drill down and understand into what's going on there. We have a really great assessment team. It has one of our professors, a head of institutional assessment, I kind of drift around on the periphery, and then we have a couple of graduate GAs as well that are supporting those efforts. So we have a really good team in place to kind of build that out from the start. And then we're going to administer that survey annually so we can see how those broad metrics change. And then again, kind of look at where we need to really dig in and do our focus groups to follow up on that so that we are tracking it along and then being responsive to it, right?
And one other thing we did early on was, so our chief diversity officer at the university at many places reports to the president, but we asked the chief diversity officer to be part of our leadership team. So he's in our meetings every week where we talk about what is our strategy. Just to give a quick example, when we were thinking about COVID and students who were taking in-person classes, he was the person who said, wait, but are we looking at this across different groups? And we found it wasn't the same. Now, hopefully over time when this works, he's not the only person always asking us to think about that, but certainly getting us to keep asking those questions on top of all that Sarah just talked about. I also think in our leadership team, keep coming back to, okay, but how might we be getting this wrong in ways like you suggested? And I think we're getting smarter because of making sure we have that influence in all the academic things we're doing.
Great. I think we have time for maybe just one more question, and then we'll close the session if anyone has a final thought. And if not, I'm going to ask Tom Scheinfeld. He joined us. He's a professor in the digital media design program and a thought leader at the university in pedagogy and teaching. And there's a program joint between the School of Fine Arts and the School of Engineering. Tom, how does life transformative education impact at the level of your department, say?
Sure. So we are one of those departments where we're trying to embed these principles. And I think there's been at UConn, I think a top down and a bottom up approach. I think we at the beginning of the session talked about how it's how can we prevent this from just being a bunch of isolated initiatives, and I think that's we need to do that. At the same time, it's always going to be something that is happening at the local level. So what we want is we want a lot of isolated initiatives, but that are stitched together through larger structures. So we have some robust experiential outside the classroom learning opportunities for our students. We're working on advising and mentoring, but we're using some of the structures that that broader LTE program has set up. So for instance, we're implementing the Nexus platform across our student advising within the department. That's been something that's been happening just in the past year since the LTE initiative has taken root. Another thing is the universities, and another one of those structures that we're trying to integrate with is the universities. At the same time as we're working on LTE, we're working on a new implementation of our general education curriculum. And in that new curriculum, there will be an integrative experience that will try to integrate all the areas of the students' general education together in a kind of capstone experience. And so we in our department, with seeing that coming down the line, are tapping into that structure to rethink our capstone experiences, both for our BFA students, our BA students, and even it's spurring thought about what should our thesis experience for our MFA students and our MA students look like. So having the broader conversation, the broader structures, I think is helping to jumpstart some of our more local initiatives at the department level.
Terrific. That really is helpful. Gigi, I heard your hand was up. I didn't see it. So did you have something quick that you wanted to ask?
Sure. I was going back and forth in the chat with Jen. It was really about, the faculty buy-in. So Tom S. actually partially answered it. So, we faculty get cranky about some of this stuff if we feel like we didn't initiate it. Let's just be real. We're both at large institutions. Tom K used to be at our institution, so he knows how it is from various perspectives. Just wondering, what have you built in proactively to handle faculty that might be cranky about not wanting to do something that wasn't their initiative, and sort of, and so I see that at the department level, some of that's going on, but I'm just curious because we're both really large institutions, and that means building consensus is much more challenging.
I will say that we are somewhat new at really kind of weaving in a lot of the things we have been talking about at the faculty level. I think we tried to get ahead of that at the Cultivate conference and in our working groups by creating what we have been calling Cultivate Champions, that then go back out into their departments and begin to socialize some of these particular ideas. We hope at the end of this semester to start socializing how we implement, the ways and the best way to do it, because the last thing that we want is for faculty and staff and instructors to feel like we are imposing a whole nother level of just thought about how they need to approach their work in the classroom. And so one of the reasons why we spend a lot of time thinking about what we already have in place is because we can lean on that, I think, moving forward, that there is so much of this already happening across the university that we are not coming up with anything new per se. We are just trying to create a new way to think about what are the synergies, when we think about all of this programming and initiatives together. And when we lay the philosophy of LTE over top of that, how do we start to break down silos? How do we start to collaborate? How do we start to have interdisciplinary work that is driven because we now know what each other is doing? And I think I'm leaning on the fact that I just believe faculty want to support students in the best way that we can, and that we've done some of the advanced work to put us in a good place. Someone will say, no, thank you. I mean, that's just the nature of where we live. But I think on the whole, I'm feeling good about the level of advanced planning that we've done.
Terrific, and thank you so much for clarifying.
Thank you to the audience for those great questions, and thank you to the presenters really sharing your experience and insights. I think it's been very valuable. Really appreciate it. Turn it back over to you. I think it's Keith and maybe Gilda.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Actually, me and Rick at this point. So just a couple of logistical bits and pieces for the next hour. We have 2 sessions coming up. We're going to have 2 parallel sessions of presentations from institutions that have been part of the CLTE. We will set those 2 up as breakouts. So you will have the opportunity to choose which of the 2 sessions you would like to get into. The speakers will go into their own, of course, and then participants, attendees can go into whichever of the 2 that they would like. It will be the full 60 minutes. At the end of the 60 minutes, we will come back together. The breakout rooms will close. We'll come back to the main session. We'll then have a chance to ask further questions. We're actually then going to be setting up 12 breakout rooms in total of all the presentations, except one for one person who can't actually be here for the additional time, so that you can talk to the presenters, ask more questions, engage with them, give them gifts, about what they were talking about, or things that you were intrigued about for their presentations, or things that you thought they might like to learn about your own experiences. I'm now going to turn the mic over to Rick Miller, who's going to say a little bit about the two moderators that we have for each of the sessions before we actually open up the breakout rooms.
Thanks, Keith. Since we're running a little behind, I'm going to be unfortunately brief. I could say a lot about these two people that we are so fortunate to have. One of them is President Gilda Barabino, who is the president of Olin College of Engineering. She's a member of practically every society you can think of, including the National Academy of Engineering, National Academy of Medicine. She's also the incoming president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. So Gilda, thank you so much for making time to do this today. Really appreciate it. I also want to welcome Archie Holmes today. Archie is I believe his new title is he's Executive Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs at the University of Texas System. We seem to have a sort of a competition for who has more students these days. So apparently the UT system enrolls 220,000 students, has 59,000 graduates each year, and an aggregate budget of 6.7 billion. So I don't know who will follow you, Archie, but this is a pretty high bar to try to exceed. So thank you both for taking time today to moderate these two sessions. And I'm going to ask Keith now to instruct us how we get to these new two breakouts.
Well, why don't we go ahead and get started? Where we have the opportunity to hear three very exciting projects. One is coming from Wellesley, one from Embry-Riddle, and one from USC. And we are a little bit behind time already. So I'm going to suggest that we just jump right in and have our presentations. The goal would be to have each group speak about 15 minutes or so. We'll do a brief Q&A right after so that we can wrap up on time. And our first presentation is coming from Wellesley, the January project. And if we have those presenters, according to our agenda here, should be Dr. Carol Bate and Dr. Aaron Conkle. We have both with us.
Both here.
So, doctors, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Well, I just want to start by saying how delighted Aaron and I are to be here to talk about the January project. I'm Carol Bate. I'm the Senior Associate Dean of Students. And Aaron, I'll let you introduce yourself.
I'm Aaron, and I'm the Program Director in Civic Engagement.
So the January project was a delightful project that we were able to work on and create as a positive outcome of COVID. So we'll talk a little bit about how the January project came about and about the structure of the program and some of the outcomes from the program. And we'll try to click through it fairly quickly. So the January project began, it's actually interesting. It actually began as the September project. So it started as during the summer of 2020. Or late spring, we started to think about the following academic year and what that was going to look like. I'm sure that's what was happening on many of your campuses. And we were thinking about multiple models for how we could move forward with the academic year. We quickly, I think fairly quickly, made a decision that we would move to a term system rather than a semester system. And for a brief period of time, we had an idea to begin our year later, to begin it in October and do one term in the fall and several in and 3 in the spring. And so we started to think about all these very excited first-year students and these students who had been displaced from campus who were returning and so wanting to be back together in September. And how could we create something engaging that they could do from home, that we could do remotely? And so we began to structure a program for September. And we really thought about the LTE model really fits also really well with Wellesley's leadership development model, which is focused around self, others, and purpose. And so they very much join together. And so we thought about those together and about what we could do for our students, knowing that we really wanted something that would let them be in community and together in some way, and that would allow them to explore leadership in some ways, and also would allow them to think about their purpose, particularly in this time period. So we put together a program that became the January Project Immersive Experiences, and it became the January Project when we made the decision to actually start the fall semester early at the end of August, which is early for Wellesley, do 2 semesters in the fall, and have a later start in the spring semester, which left us with a long period at in January with our students away and remote. So we moved the experience from September to January. It was especially important for us to do this project. We could have just said, oh, we're going to scrap it. But it was really important for us to do this project in January because we had first years and sophomores on campus in the fall and juniors and seniors in the spring. And we wanted some kind of experience that would bridge those 2 semesters in some ways together. And so the January project was a way to do that. So the January project was composed of 3 immersive experiences, which were participated in by about 300 students. The first was a first-year common text read that was really focused on identity. The book that was read was The Other Americans by Leila Leani. And what was unique about this group, these book groups, was that they had more than one meeting over the course of January. So most of them had 3 or 4 meetings where they talked about the book. This was all for first year students, and the book groups were led not only by faculty and staff, but also peer students. And that was a really important piece of the experience. And they discussed questions related to the book and themselves. And it was a way for them to get to know others in their class and have another common experience as they were in some ways, for many of them, grieving their departure from campus and beginning a remote semester. So it really helped to tie them to the institution through the January term. The sophomore community engagement experience, which is really tied to agency, allowed students to do community engagement in at home while they were remote, but then also come together in small groups and talk about their work with also, again, here, a peer leader model, which was really important to the January project. The students who served peer leader roles really got to develop some leadership skills and were able to mentor other students. And that was particularly true in the sophomore community engagement experiences. The junior and senior experiences were focused on purpose, and this was what was called the Hive internship projects. The Hive is Wellesley's alumni networking platform, and these were project-based, short-term internship experiences, and juniors and seniors were matched with employers, most of whom were alumni, but were matched with employers and did their projects over that period of time, and then also had opportunities to be in community with other interns during this program as well, in industry groups. So it was a really the immersive experiences in many ways tied together. And the first year, sophomore, and junior, senior experiences all had pieces of the identity, agency, and purpose, but they did focus in particular areas. So, coupled with this, we knew that every student couldn't participate in an immersive experience. Some students had outside obligations that would prevent them, but we wanted every student to feel like they could participate in the January project and be connected. And so we also had the January project seminars. We did 15 seminars and we had about 2,000 participants, and that included students, faculty, and staff. One of the really interesting and really cool pieces of the project was getting to have the author come and speak, who was the first year student's book, who authored the first year student's book. And so that was a really great piece of the seminar project. The seminars focused on 4 key topics that were actually tied to our Tanner program, which is students have the ability to present on some of their co-curricular external internship and experiential learning pieces. And those themes were climate justice, racial justice, the 2020 election, and COVID-19. And so the seminars all each seminar focused on one of the themes. The exciting thing about this project was that it really brought together and was a collaborative effort of many campus partners that we've listed here. And it was an opportunity for groups to really come together and think about one cohesive goal and program and how we were going to support that through this seminar program. And so that was an opportunity for people to work together across the institution that might not otherwise always work together. And during COVID, when we were all home and remote, that was an added plus to this program for sure, were those additional collaborative experiences. And they really helped to shape this program. So it was a key piece of it.
Okay.
So I was going to say, I'm going to turn it over now to Erin, who's going to tell you a little bit more about the outcomes of the program.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a very brief overview of what we learned from this go around. I'll show you a snippet of our data and then tell you a little bit about where we hope to go next. So this is just a comparison of interest versus project participation. We had 359 students participate in the immersive experiences. The common read, we actually saw more students participate than had expressed interest. I mean, Carol remembers that well from mailing out lots of extra books. The sophomore community engagement experience, we saw a pretty sharp decline from interest to participation. And we did quite a bit of follow-up with students who said there just wasn't enough structure in it. They needed sort of more help finding their community partners and more hands-on structure and engaging. And we've actually seen a huge increase now in students this fall wanting to participate in community engagement, and we restructured our work a little bit to respond to that. And then the Hive internship projects, we saw a slight drop from interest to participation, which is what we would typically see in a non-COVID time. We assessed this with a pre-post and a satisfaction assessment. We used the Wabash liberal arts learning outcomes. We put the January project together relatively quickly, as Carol said, and we knew that we wanted to use validated measures. So we looked at critical thinking, inclination to learn, intercultural effectiveness, social political involvement, and psychological well-being. We didn't assess every cohort with every measure. We really looked at, is this an identity measure, an agency measure, or purpose measure, and moved forward with that. Altogether, we had 8 survey instruments, and participants were assessed at the beginning and the end of winter session. And then, as I said, we did a satisfaction score. 82% of students were at a 7 or above, which means they would recommend the project to a peer. In a year like last year, this was a fantastic number. We were thrilled to see it and felt really good about the work that happened. And this is just a little bit of a data dive from our Hive internship projects. They were focused on purpose. And what you're looking at are statistically significant changes from the pre to post test. So people respect me. I'm competent and capable in activities that are important to me. I lead a purposeful life. And I enjoy tasks that involve new solutions to problems, were areas where we saw students in that 30-day period show statistically significant growth in that junior senior cohort.
That's really impressive.
We were excited to see that. The other 2 groups, actually, our data was smaller, so it's a little bit harder to see. Our data set was smaller, so it was harder to see some of the changes at a statistically significant level. But with the juniors and seniors, we had a large enough data set to be able to do a little bit more of an in-depth analysis, and we're really thrilled with the outcomes. Off of that, you might imagine what we learned. January project was a really good first step towards broader collaboration on our campus. The Common Read was a really great example of really blending those curricular and co-curricular spaces. As Carol said, we had peer leaders involved. We also had faculty and staff who were involved with the first year Common Read groups. We had really broad institutional support that was important. Our president is actually in the room right now, but President Johnson and Provost Shannon were so excited about this project. Carol and I can both attest the most common referral that we got was from one of the 2 of them, and a colleague reaching out to say, I've talked to President Johnson or I've talked to Provost Shannon, and they said, I need to reach out to you and be part of this. So having that support at a senior leadership level really made a huge difference for us in getting this to be a really widespread collaborative effort across our campus. And then as we think about what's next, quite a bit of this actually is featured in our new strategic plan, but centers and institutes did a lot of the heavy lifting in our seminar programs, and through that saw quite a bit of room for collaboration between their work and kind of moving out of their silos. We talked about collaboration being incentivized on our campus and really having it seen as a plus and not something that you have to do or something that might happen by accident. We know that mentorship on our campus is a big area for growth. One thing that came out of those Hive internship projects is those will continue, but we've also now added a program called MAPS that is about mentoring pods between alums and students, because some of the feedback that we got from the Hive internship projects was that the mentoring relationship that students had with their supervisor was actually the most important piece for them. And then the idea that civic engagement should be central to our student experience, and that, when we engage students as change makers, we see benefits to well-being, we see lots of other benefits, but that we want that to be kind of a central part of Wellesley. And it really is mission central for us as an institution that educates women who will make a difference in the world. With that, I'm going to stop, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
So that was a great presentation. Thank you for that, especially showing what a great way to adapt and showing the importance of leadership. I'm going to suggest, because we have so much we need to get through, if we take 1 or 2 questions now, and then if there are other questions, we save them to the end to make sure we get through all of our presentations. And you're going to see in our presentations this theme of identity and agency and purpose. So are there a couple of questions? And if you have a question, feel free just to jump right in. I see Giselle.
I just have a question of, you talked about it being a first step. So we're curious about next steps in terms of Wellesley, now that you've gotten your head around some of this information, in spite of the fact that it mostly happened, COVID related stuff might have made it more challenging.
I can jump in on where we see next steps. So many of the individual components of the projects are continuing. That work now exists in offices across campus. The collaborative nature, both in terms of building relationships for many of us with colleagues that we just didn't know on campus, and starting to see work as overlapping. And so, a lot of us were doing things where we said, oh, my work in civic engagement really overlaps with a lot of the work that our Albright Institute does, or that our first year dean is doing. And so starting to just create more collaborative relationships and more ways to get students involved centrally on campus instead of in silos and in individual programs.
Really helpful. Thanks.
And Erin, can I first of all, Carol and Erin, thank you so much for your leadership on getting this moving forward. And the only other thing I'll add is that traditionally for our winter session programs, those who are engaged, the students, are actually on campus or they're traveling. And that in and of itself is an exclusionary, that is not an inclusive process. So I think that our new strategic plan has this work at the center. So we would really hope to see this take off in very new and different ways.
I'm going to want to hear more about that. And I think everybody else will too, especially that you're tying that into your strategic plan.
Yeah.
Michael, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, first, I'll just say it's a really impressive work around student engagement. And I think Giselle took a good part of my question there. I guess I'm curious about what was very particular to COVID with these initiatives, and what do you pull out of that to take into your work, when the students are back? Does it shift at all? Does it change at all? Was there anything unique about the COVID experience that will stay there or that you will bring forward, with in-person?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think that this gave us the opportunity to try new and different things. I think COVID's done that in general, right? And so we had done book groups and in-person book groups before, but we'd never done one remotely. And as Paula said, adding the remote component and allowing students to be home and away from campus and not making it an in-person participatory thing really allowed every student to participate. So I'm not sure we would return to the fully in-person experience again. I mean, I think that that's a learning point in this, that if we were doing it over a period of time, like winter session, when not all of our students are on campus, we would definitely still retain that remote component so that we can increase engagement and allow students to participate from wherever they are. So I think that's just one small example of the many things that we learned. So COVID was an opportunity to stretch and do things in different ways, but I think that we've learned some really good things from it. And we'll definitely bring, the collaboration piece that I know we've mentioned more than once is another really critical piece. And that's something that's definitely embedded in the new strategic plan, particularly, around our centers and institutes. And a lot of that work really began thinking about this project. And so that's a short answer and a couple examples.
The only thing I would add to that is, I think the other thing COVID offered was most of us had just thrown away our year of planning and things we thought we were going to do. And so I think had it not been that moment in time, many of us would have stopped ourselves before we got to the creativity of collaboration. And we would have said, well, I've got this thing I'm already doing, and do I really want to try and change it to fit into this? And this was a moment where Many of us had already thrown those plans away and we're starting again. And what I hope that we take forward is that we aren't afraid to do that if it's not a moment where it's forced.
Well, great. Well, congratulations on that excellent work. We're going to move on to our next presentation, which is about climbing. And that's going to be given by Dr. Mullins from Embry-Riddle. Dr. Mullins, our virtual floor is now yours.
Thank you. And I want to just share with everyone up front, I talk about purpose. I spend 2 hours a day teaching elementary students. So I'm actually at the elementary school. If you hear loud children, that is why. My apologies in advance. But I also wanted to, of course, now I'm sharing my screen, everything moved on me. I am going to drop a file if it'll let me. It's not going to let me. I will try to share a file with you when we wrap up that has kind of all of this information and has a video with a little bit extra information. So if I am rushing or if you have questions, if we don't quite get to them, I promise all the info is there as well as my contact. But I am Dr. Mullins. I had the opportunity to facilitate this climbing second year experiential learning program, really looking at helping our students that were going through a very challenging time. As we just heard, COVID has kind of put a wheel or a wrench in the wheel, and really trying to think a little bit differently about how we were engaging with our second year students. Prior to COVID putting a wrench in things, we had established some kind of big goals and outcomes. The SLOs are on the screen there. I know they are very small. They'll be on that other document that I'll share in a moment. But our ultimate goal was really rooted in this idea of developing a strong sense of well-being and engagement long after they graduate from Embry-Riddle. So thinking about how are they engaged citizens, how do they engage with the campus, how do they really feel in the spaces that they're in. So thinking about how we move backwards from that. We want them to graduate and find secure, fulfilling career paths. So not just a job that pays the bills, but a job that they're really excited to be in. And in order to do that, we obviously need them to persist, engage, and succeed. And we hope that their participation in the program helps that. Just a moment. My colleague left her walkie in the office. I'm going to get it turned off so you don't have to listen to the elementary school chatter in the background. Sorry about that. All right. So this was our ultimate goal. We really just wanted to focus on where are they going beyond just their experience within this program. And so we developed a cohort-based program. It had several components. One part of that was personal development workshops. So there were 6 workshops focused on identity, agency, and purpose, which I'll explain a little bit more in depth on the next slide. And then also some self-reflection activities related to the workshops, but then also related to the various experiences that they were going to be having. Within these cohorts, they had 2 faculty mentors as well as 2 peer mentors. And with those faculty mentors, they were expected to have one-on-one coaching sessions and then also cohort-based sessions. So a lot of faculty connection as well as peer-to-peer connection. And the peer mentors attended all of the cohort experiences and then also hosted office hours. Those cohort experiences were based off of cohort themes. So we had 3 themes. The first was research, the second was service learning, and the last was sustainability. And the students were able to apply, kind of self-select into which theme they wanted their cohort to be focused on. And they had a number of experiences. So the research folks, they did a lot of research workshopping. There were a number of service projects that all of the students were able to participate in. Our sustainability folks, the thing that they loved and kept talking about, they went to the county dump and they learned all about the way that trash is processed. And then they worked together for a week to collect all of the trash that they made, brought it all together and give kids trash. And apparently that's what they're into these days. Students were really all about it. So they had a number of different experiences based off of their cohort theme. And then we encouraged them to submit a proposal for project funding that would allow them to continue to be engaged in the program in their 3rd year. So that was up to $2,000 in funding to either conduct research or to host some sort of community-based project. Those included things like a community garden, a community compost area, and those were on campus community-based projects. And then we had a couple of research projects as well that were submitted. The workshops that they participated on were these 6 topics. So they had really started with passion and focus. What are you excited about? Why are you here? Got a little bit deeper into that, what their strengths were, what their values and what their needs were, and then built out a personal vision and mission. From that, we were able to do some life mapping activities and help them really understand how their experiences informed their story and also what they wanted their story to look like beyond where they were currently at. They did some goal setting, and then we wrapped up those workshops with a service project that was really focused on self-reflection beyond that with altruistic purpose. Again, those reflections they did, if they went to the dump afterwards and they had this activity together, there was a reflection prompt that they were able to write and then also respond to one another. For project leadership, those students who opted to submit a proposal were able to lead those projects and have begun that work now that our term has started. We did a number of different assessments for kind of measuring how this went. We did end up having a bit of a change in plans. So we had originally planned to start this in the fall and run it fall through spring. Because of COVID, we kind of consolidated things and did it all in the spring. So we just wrapped up a couple of months ago and are now moving into kind of the next phase. So we still have a lot of preliminary data, but we have our pre and post assessments for each workshop. So a couple of questions there that we can kind of compare. The Wake Forest Wellbeing Survey, we were very, very lucky that Nicole and her group were generous and allowed us to modify that for us to use as a pre and a post assessment for the overall program. We used artifacts, their proposals, their reflection activities, and then notes and different things that we were able to kind of consolidate through the experience to analyze and just really kind of look at where our students at. We've looked at our retention, our academic performance, and then we have these components that we will be looking at kind of across the board and moving forward with our folks. So we did find at least the majority of students, the majority of the time. So for all of the topics, at least 90% or more of the participants learned something during those workshops. And that's a win some days for us. I don't know about y'all, but I know some days I walk away from teaching and wonder if anyone's learned anything. So that was a great success for us, that there was at least one thing that they were able to walk away with. We found that there was a high level of confidence in communicating their goals, their mission, their vision, and values based off of the way that they were responding in reflections and in the various artifacts that we looked at. And our students were also compared to like students across demographics, their programs, their age, all of those different factors, and they were performing at or above the level in similar courses. 64% wanted to be a peer mentor this year, so that's a really great sign for us. They liked it enough, they wanted to come back, and 100% of our participants did persist to the fall. I feel like it's important to add the caveat that while we planned for 60 students, we only had 24 participate. So we just had a really hard time getting students to commit in kind of the COVID environment. And that persistence rate is great, we love it, but also recognizing that it was a pretty small group we were working with. Only about 75% submitted proposals for funding. A lot of the students said, you know what, I'm interested in this, but with everything going on with COVID, but we have a feeling it was a little bit deeper than that. So I'll tell you a little bit more about how we've modified things in just a moment. So in terms of resources, we had our 24 participants and 6 peer mentors. So we had those folks that were kind of pulling the thing along with us. And we had 6 faculty mentors. Each cohort had those 2 mentors, and I was just kind of behind the scenes, making sure everything moved forward. For the faculty mentors and the peer mentors, it was anywhere from 2 to 5 hours a week, depending on whether or not that particular week had one of those cohort experiences. We did budget for $13,000 for those project grants, up to $2,000 per grant. That was an area that we over budgeted for. We really anticipated that there was going to be a greater need and greater interest. So that was an area that we definitely didn't need as much money in. Our faculty mentors did get a $1,000 stipend, and then we provided student wages up to $600 per year per student. So that was a good way for us to compensate their time, because we know no one's got enough time. And then we had a small fund for supplies for different events. We had an honors brunch to kind of celebrate them and bring them in to connection with our administrators and other folks. So looking ahead, we have 4 kind of big changes that we're looking at. Instead of doing the workshops kind of one-off, we are going to be doing a one-day retreat, which has been a big transition, but it's something that is getting a lot more interest from our students who are eligible for this year. And that way we're really digging a little bit deeper all together versus kind of spending 45 minutes to an hour together and then disappearing for a little while. We are moving back into that fall spring timeline, so we're going to have a little bit more time with them. We are no longer going to be doing a cohort theme and breaking cohorts up by their interest. We are doing a program theme, and that will be innovative sustainability. So all of the program is going to be, all of the programming is going to be connected to this theme of innovative sustainability, which is like hot buzzwords with our Embry-Riddle students. So they're really excited about getting to do this, but we will still have cohorts that will just help to balance the capacity of our faculty and peer mentors. And we are no longer going to be offering our project grants, and instead we are going to be encouraging students to engage with an alternative spring break program. We're still working out the details because we don't exactly know what COVID is going to look like in the spring. So we're trying to come up with a couple of different models. One is going to be a local program where they will get partnered with a community organization. They will get to do that in small groups. Dream World, we will get to travel a little bit, and they will get to kind of immerse themselves with these organizations and bring their knowledge that they have learned throughout the year about innovative sustainability, and really learn something while they're there, but hopefully be able to share a little bit as well. We are very, very lucky. Our university has continued the funding beyond our grant, so we have a budget to continue to work with. Though I will say, I should probably have double checked that my university president wasn't on the line, so he doesn't want to take any money away, but I think you can do this for less money. Don't tell anybody though. So if you're like, love this idea, don't have the budget for it, I think that there are some ways that you can do this in a little bit more of a lean model. Where we're at right now, we're finishing up our recruitment and our peer mentor training. We will be in October launching that team building and development retreat. And then we will have every couple of weeks, the faculty mentors will be taking on planning those different cohort-based experiences. March will be our alternative spring break, and then we're going to pull back folks for a celebration and awards in April. So thinking about what this might look like on your campus, what we really leaned into was looking at what already works for us. And that was one of the reasons we leaned into this idea of the project grants. Our undergraduate research office has a really robust student research grant program that has exceptional interest. So we thought, if it's working really well for them, then that might be something that our students are still interested in. Now, upon reflection, probably a lot of our students didn't need to apply for the program through climbing or for the grant through climbing because they could have done it through undergrad research, but really finding what already works on your campus. Thinking about budget, doing a one-day retreat, doing these kind of community activities. A lot of these things don't cost a lot of extra money. If we were to remove our alternative spring break, we would be able to do this for a lot less, especially having removed those project grants. Thinking about what population to focus on, for us, we opted to focus on our second year students because we were just at the kind of cusp of this transition where all of our second year students were going to be required to live on campus. And that was very new. So we wanted to make sure we were offering some additional programming on top of what the Residence Life community was already offering to them. We converted a lot of our workshops to online modules because while we were physically on campus, a lot of students weren't super comfortable being in spaces that they weren't necessarily already in space with. They weren't going out and kind of interacting and wanting to cross-contaminate should somebody be positive. So when we were in person, we were always outdoors. We were really spaced out. So some of our workshops were converted online, but maybe your students love online learning, and having online modules is a great thing to lean into. For us, the retreat style seems to be a positive transition based off of this preliminary feedback. Who knows, talk to us in a year and we might say, no, don't do that. But right now it feels like a really great option. And then also knowing what they're already getting. We wanted to make sure we were building upon what they had already received in their University 101 college success course, what they were getting through their academic advisors, and building onto that and not kind of repeating it. And then what subject matter expertise is available on your campus. We have faculty members who are really deep into innovative sustainability. So they are a great resource for us. So we're really going to lean into that. And then really just thinking about ways for us, our ultimate goal was to empower students to make a change and to do this deep dive. And I think that you can often think about creative ways to do that without a lot of extra cost. We're really hoping the alternative spring break comes to fruition because we think that that will be a critical moment for these students to be able to apply it. And then what data is already being collected, we were able to use some existing metrics to kind of measure our students. And we were really excited about that. Somehow I have managed to get all the way through this whole presentation, realizing I didn't tell you one of the most exciting things about what we are integrating this coming year. Our students are going to be hosting roundtables in February and March with community leaders, elected officials, and our campus administrators, where they will be the ones who will get to share a little bit about what they have learned, but then also ask some tough questions. So that is something that I think we're most excited about. And I'm excited about alternative spring break, but I can't wait to see those students really talk to these folks and plant some seeds and see what we can do. I've now talked a lot and I know we don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to, if anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer, but I'd love to yield that time to our last presentation and I can just put the document in the chat for everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Mullins. Anything quick before we move on, just to make sure we don't shortchange our last presentation? Really appreciate that, and do share. That was awesome. So we're going to move on to
exciting program.
I'm sorry, was someone saying something?
I was just saying, it's an exciting program. You know.
Oh yeah, exactly, absolutely. We're going to move on to our last presentation, and this one is involving telling some stories. And it's coming from USC, and our presenters are Dr. Jones and Dr. Choi. So now the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. I am going to be really quick to try to hold us to 10 minutes here before the hour. I have a hard stop at the hour. But greetings from the University of Southern California, Viterbi School of Engineering. I am Brandy Jones, and I'm joined here by my colleague, Helen Choi, who's a professor in the engineering school in the program for engineering and society. Prior to my recent transition to the School of Education, I was Vice Dean for Diversity and Strategic Initiatives in the engineering school. So this was a collaboration that started in the dean's office, but was really led by the program for engineering and society and Professor Helen Choi. We realized that in engineering, learning through lived experiences is really important, and engineering students have limited opportunities to really explore identity, agency, and purpose through the curriculum anyway. And so we thought it was really important to spend class time where students had the opportunity to talk about who they are, their ways of knowing, how they came to be, their challenges, and what is really important to them beyond the academic side of the house, and the idea that you can be an engineer at the same time that you can be a woman, you can be a man, you can be trans, you can be whatever your religion is, you can be a runner, and however you identify yourself at the same time that you're an engineer, and you don't have to choose and put, you know, your engineeringness, if you will, in a bucket and everything else somewhere else where you have to hide and you can't talk about it. So we wanted to really explore this through the academic setting. So let's go to the next slide. So really quickly, this slide really sums up the RE3 program that Helen is going to tell you about in just a few minutes. But this program, through this program, we hired students and we train these students as storytellers, if you will. We called them student trainers, but essentially we trained them to be storytellers. We placed them in a position as teachers and storytellers within the Freshman Academy, which is part of the first year curriculum for engineering students. And by teaching others about their experiences, student trainers examine their own journeys. They really thought critically about their own challenges, their opportunities, and we really empowered them to become experts and teachers. The first year students learn that their voices matter and that their identities truly matter. So all of them are aware that they are strong students, they're scholars, but at the same time, they learn that it was powerful to also talk about the other parts of their identities that are important and that their voices matter. This slide actually is from one of our student presentations, and you're going to hear more about that in a few minutes. But it also, we chose this one because it sums up everything that we experienced in terms of launching this program during a pandemic, because we thought we would be face-to-face, I'm sure as all of you thought as well. But it was like jumping out of a plane. We had no idea what was going to happen. But then once we did it, we found that it was truly exhilarating and exciting. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Professor Helen Choi, who's going to walk us through the implementation. And then I'm going to come back if we have time at the end and talk about budget and next steps.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Brandy. I'm so excited to share this with you. So just very quickly, the program was launched in 3 phases. So you can see here in phase 1, spring and summer of 2020, which seems like a million years ago. But we hired 10 undergraduate engineering students to be RE3 student trainers. We trained them over the summer to tell stories over the course of 3 faculty guided retreats, which we conducted over Zoom. And during the summer, we had a really wonderful time. We got to know each other, examined lots of different types of stories and storytelling. We learned about, what activities we liked the best and how we wanted to share stories with, first-year engineering students. And they had a lot of homework over the summer. They drafted stories, they drafted lesson plans, we did lots of run-throughs of their presentations to get them ready for phase 2. And in phase 2, that was fall of 2020. This is where they taught their storytelling module that they crafted over the summer to students in what we call ENGR 102 or Freshman Academy. And so here in that first year student setting, they came in as upper division students and they shared their personal stories. They sort of guided them through some storytelling activities and sort of, introduced the idea of, what's appropriate in an engineering classroom. Can I talk about myself and what types of things, can I bring to an engineering space? So phase 3 was spring 2021, and they were to have at this stage to share their modules with other members of the Viterbi community, such as staff. And we had planned to present a few modules to the student services staff, and they're the wonderful advisors that help our students and faculty through lots of issues. But unfortunately, because of scheduling, and they were just so overloaded with other duties, we weren't able to do that. So to substitute and to make sure that our student trainers got their stories out there, we attended 2 conferences, external academic conferences, and students were able to present their stories in those settings. So here's an example of a sample module that they would have delivered, or they did deliver to our freshman students. And it's just each specific delivery was different depending on the student trainer. So, but this was, I would say, a pretty representative example. So they started off with a 60-minute presentation, and I'm sorry to rush here like this, but they told stories about racial identities, international students experiences, personal growth, mental health, the search for purpose in their college journeys, and what does it mean to be an engineer as an identity, and also fitting in. So we would start with stories with like an icebreaker called the name story, and they were encouraged to share sort of their heritage if they wanted to, or if they wanted people to call them something else, they were welcome to share that. We used the wonderful resources from the University of Michigan. They had fantastic storytelling ideas, and they offered the name story as one of them. Then they would sort of moved on and shared their personal story, and then we had a debrief. Then we had a small group activity where they shared aspects of themselves that perhaps are not readily visible, and we did that on Zoom in a small group breakout room setting, because breakout rooms are not recorded, and so we felt that that would help kind of, you know, help students be a little bit more relaxed and perhaps feel more comfortable. But of course, any sort of participation was purely voluntary. And then finally, we talked about a collaborative story. So this was really fun on Zoom. So we would put up a prompt, and then students would just like put in their answers, and then sometimes they would respond to their responses. And that was really fun to see. So that was one of the positive things about Zoom. So we have 2 minutes here. I just want to show you a video, and then Brandy can finish up with her presentation. So here, this is a video by one of our wonderful student trainers, and you can see sort of the outcomes of the collaborative poem. So the prompt was, what will you do at USC? So we started off with the name story, which is their past. When we moved on to just by looking at you, which is their present. And then we moved forward with this collaborative story.
So sorry about that. There was sound, but the important piece is you saw in the text that was going across the screen. So I will just in closing in the last few minutes.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. So like many of you have already noted, the main challenge was that we were doing this during a pandemic. And so at the same time that faculty were being stretched and asked to do a number of things that they typically aren't being asked to do in their personal lives and in their professional lives, now here we come with another request. Can you schedule us in your class? Can you help us carry out this program? And so there were definitely some challenges there, but I do believe that if we were not in a pandemic, faculty would have been, very much willing to help schedule and move this forward. We can go on to the next slide. So the resources, most of the resources from the budget were spent on the student trainer stipends. We had very few supplies and materials. We had planned to do a multi-day training retreat for the student trainers, where we would really get into the details of storytelling. And we would really start them talking about who they are and how they came to be. Well, of course, this was now in a virtual format. And so much of the budget we actually didn't need there. But it was very important to us to pay the student trainer stipends because, they were instructors, they were teachers, they were storytellers. And so it was very important for us to pay them for their time, both their training time as well as their presentation time. And then the engineering school picked up the faculty buyout because this took considerable amount of time to really put together a plan, train the students, get them paid, and all of the kind of administrative work that goes into this program. And then finally, this is a 60-minute module that can be easily lifted and added to other courses or other programs like our Summer Bridge program, which we call the Viterbi Summer Institute. But the important thing in terms of storytelling as being transferable to other areas is that this program, the whole idea of learning through lived experiences, has really informed how we think about faculty, staff, and students, particularly with our racial equity work. And so, what we learned from this program, working with students and learning from their experiences, we now do this in a way where we're learning more about faculty and staff experiences and how they don't just come as engineering professors, or they don't just come at whatever your staff title is, or you don't just show up as a student, but you come with a life's worth of experiences that are really valuable. And so this has led to a podcast dealing with race and society. This has led to us really hearing directly from faculty and encouraging faculty to also share their learning experiences and more about their identity and how they show up in the world with students. And so I believe that not only can this program be transferred to other areas very easily, but the whole concept of the value of storytelling and learning through lived experiences is one that will be lifted and carried through various programs in the engineering school. So with that, I think we are 4 minutes over, but Gilda, we tried to rush through that so we would pick up the time.
Hey, you get real kudos for that. You did an excellent job, and thanks for sharing that. I can tell you people at Olin really appreciate that as well. We have a real tradition of storytelling, and so we can get the word out and proselytize a bit about storytelling. It's really important. It's such a way to connect. So thank you for that work that you've done. Thank everyone for these really excellent presentations. We will be moving from this into break, but before we move into break, a couple questions or comments for our last presenters. Besides kudos.
So I don't want to do kudos, but I have to since I teach Engineering 102, so I can't help myself. That we had a student from RE3 in my course, and Brandy and Helen know that. And it was just terrific to have and refreshing for the students, both those who received the information and sort of right from the start begin to think about their role and their identity development, and also for the student that presented. So it was just really refreshing. They didn't say that they're actually going to be working this year, I think, with transfer students, I'm assuming. I heard some rumor of that, so I might be off base, but I think so. And that's really important because the transfer students don't get Engineering 102 because they come as juniors or seniors. So this will be another opportunity for them to find their voice as they enter a Research One university after most often transferring from a community college, and more often than that from a minority serving institution that's also a 2-year community college. Am I right, Brandy and Helen? Is that what's happening now with RE3?
So we're trying to figure out how this works.
I don't think so.
With I don't think it'll be named RE3, but what we're trying to do is make certain that the new transfer orientation program, which is going to be a series of things, includes storytelling. Right. And so RE3 won't be a standalone program there, but it will.
Sorry for my rumor, everybody.
So the rumor is true, but it just won't be called RE3 and it won't be standalone.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Any other one last comment as we start to wrap up? Comment or question? Well, I have to say we had some phenomenal presentations, phenomenal projects. I think you might have seen the real ties between identity, agency, and purpose, getting to know one another and how important that is. And these are some real things that are transferable that we can all learn from. Also, I felt like it was worth pointing out the piece too, like it's not just about what we learn by and for and about our students, but also our faculty and staff who are serving and this whole community piece of it. So I just want to thank you all for taking the time, our presenters and all of you who are participants, for a very wonderful session. And I'm going to move you into break now. But please come back. Great time together. Thank you all so much. Bye.
Welcome back, folks. The rest of the group should be here shortly.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully from the breakout sessions that we just had. I know that we were racing a little bit at the end of the one that I was involved in as the time ticked down, but thank you for your patience and thank you to all the presenters for really fascinating presentations about what they're doing on their campuses. I think there was lots of good interactions and opportunities to ask questions, not as much opportunity to ask questions perhaps as we would have liked. We're continuing to work on that even as we speak. But certainly there's, as we continue to build this community, I can see certainly in the sessions that I was in, some of the conversations and questions and comments that were made that were really meant to help us all move forward as we're trying to achieve great work with our students. We are now going to take a little bit of time. We're going to be catching up a little bit in the next few minutes. We're past our 3 o'clock time for the breakout sessions to learn more about the CLTE projects. The audio and video helpers that we have are working as I speak to set up a series of 12 breakout rooms that we can each now go to learn more about the different presentations that we either attended or didn't attend. So if you were in session 2B, as I was, you might want to go and talk to the people who were in session 2A because you didn't have a chance to talk to them directly. And vice versa. Or maybe you were thinking, you know, I never really got a chance to connect with people who were in the panel presentation yesterday, or maybe I wasn't even here yesterday. I'd love to hear a little bit more about them and their work. Or you'd like to hear a little bit more about UConn or Bates. We also need a break, as was being pointed out to me. So we are in fact combining the break with the opportunity to do these breakouts. So once we get these breakout sessions set up, we will keep them open until 3:30. You can choose to take a break. You can choose to join one of the breakouts. You can choose to engage people who are part of the presentations. The idea is that the people who gave the presentations will go to the breakout room associated with their names. Hopefully, once those breakouts become available, you'll be able to see exactly which ones go where from the part of the title or the name of the institution in which one you'd like to attend. And I see now that the breakouts are now ready. So we're going to post those. Again, this is an opportunity for the people who gave presentations, please go, or at least one of the people in your presentation group, go to the session that you were talking about. And for everyone else, you can go to one of the other sessions to get a chance to meet those other people, but we will open up the breakout sessions right now.
A question, Keith, are the
Yes.
panelists from yesterday all going to be in one room?
They should be in separate rooms. There should be a room for each school.
All right, great, thanks.
If you look at the list of breakout sessions, there they are. We have Bucknell on Purpose, trying to keep up with the changes, Transformative Learning from Olin, Dearborn Speaks, USC Viterbi Ethos, RE3 from USC, January Project from Wellesley, Designing Work and Learn ASU, Understanding Barriers UVA, Beyond Mental Health from Wake Forest, Purpose of Work from Bates, and Gateways to Success from UMaine. And one more, sorry. Yes, and Chris Thomas from Charlestown AV just pointed out, if you need help, just message him as to which room you would like to be in if you have trouble. The breakout rooms are set up in the same way that we just did for the previous session. And actually Culture, Connection, and Contact from UConn is also there. The breakouts are set up in the same way. Most people should be able to see their breakout rooms on their screen. You should be able to find a point on the right side of the names of the breakouts where it says join. For some of you, that may just be a number of people in that particular breakout. If you just hover over it, you should be able to move to it, join to it. And if you have any difficulty, just message Chris. And again, if you just need a break, which I think many of us do, please feel free to do so. We will be coming back at 3:30 to talk about the Gallup Assessment of Wellbeing and plans that we have for engaging Gallup in learning more about the well-being of our students. Rick, is there anything else you'd like to add at this point? I think you're muted at this.
There you go. No, I think this is great. I'm still learning the breakout room button. I didn't know we had a button for that. Now that I see it, it looks like we might be able to switch sessions too. If you stay there for a while and you want to go see another one, you could. How do you get out of it without unlogging entirely from the whole meeting?
Yes, yes, there is. And I should have said that from the beginning. As you notice, there's a breakout room that may be visible immediately at the bottom of your screen, or in some cases, the top of your screen. Or if you click on the three buttons that tend to be towards the lower right, you can bring up the breakout rooms. If you bring up the breakout rooms, you can join another one. If you happen to be in one, you can then join another. In principle, you can go back and forth from as many as you want.
So I guess if you in one and you join a different one, it automatically unjoins you from the one you're in now.
Correct.
Okay, got it. All right, I'm going to go try this out.
Good.
Rick, if you need a hand, just tell me where you want to go and I'll send you there. All righty.
He found it. And Chris, we need to close the rooms at 3:30, just so you know.
A hard 3:30. Got it.
A hard 3:30. Yep. And for Chris, Sharon, and Joni, who I think are still in the main session here, I'm going to take a quick break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Sounds good, Keith.
Sharon, you're in charge, Sharon, from here on in. Take it from here.
We're in trouble now.
I hopefully I will be back.
I hope so. Hi, Helen. Well, just taking some quiet time or a break until our next session at 3:30.
Oh, okay. So do I need to be in the breakout room if there's no one there, or should I just
Sorry
wait?
about that. I think probably, well, people might come in, I suppose.
Okay, but I should be in there, and I should be in there until 3:30.
Well, I actually, there are some rooms without people. We don't want to leave you alone in your breakout room by yourself.
I mean, oh, it's okay. You know, I have the internet. It's fine.
I've heard about that. It's a cool new thing, isn't it?
Yes, I learned about it during this thing called the pandemic. I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's like a big deal nowadays.
That's what I hear. That's what I hear.
know. It's just a trend.
Yeah, you think it'll last? I don't know.
No, it's only on TikTok.
You're very upbeat about all of this. This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must be one of those optimistic people. I don't know if you heard Nicole Bricato's presentation. You probably were, I think you were in the other one actually. But she was talking specifically about how optimism and how learned optimism can improve the experiences of students, which was kind of cool.
Oh, I should have been in hers.
Yeah, yeah, all the materials for her talk, of course, are on the website, and you can connect with her directly. I'm sure she'd enjoy that too.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. No, I teach like writing and I teach like writing and communication to engineering students. So I have to be an optimist because I have to go to work tomorrow.
So true. So true. They can do it. They don't even know they can.
It. No,
They
they're
don't
good
even
at
know
it.
they can do it. Yeah.
Yes, and they can do it. But you know, I just have to like keep throwing things at them until they respond, and then it's fine.
There you go.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
they're great. I
had
they're
a student that I was an advisor for a number of years ago, who phenomenal student, went on to get his PhD at Stanford. He now works for Boston Dynamics, does also crazy things with robotics. And he and I worked together on a number of projects, and I was his advisor, of course. So, and I was constantly encouraging him to expand his range of experiences. And I have a colleague who teaches in the English department. She teaches a poetry course. It's fabulous stuff. I have her book of poetry. It's great stuff. So I said, you know, she's great. And she has kind of an approach that connects to engineers. I said, you know, try this. This will be good for you. You should do this. So he did. And he's never, which is great. But he's never let me forget that it was his lowest grade ever at Bucknell. Of course, everything else was an A, and he got something less than that. But it was a good experience for him nonetheless. It expanded his mind and made him who he is. That's what I keep reminding him. I'm in contact with him even now. So I keep telling him, you know, if you hadn't taken that course, you probably would never have achieved all those things that you've achieved since.
So you're welcome.
Exactly.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, I think there's there is that opportunity. I'm an optimist. I try not to be an unreasonable optimist, but I'm definitely an optimist, a hopeful person, a glass full, half full kind of person. And I think those opportunities are there for students, and they don't always see them. So they need to be pushed, even if it doesn't work out perfectly the first time. I think it makes them, expands their range of experiences and gives them other ways to look at a variety of things in life. So good stuff. All right. And people should be coming back in 1 minute. There he is.
Wow.
Yes, we've been racing through the last few minutes, Tom, obviously. I think the breakout room should be closing now. Yeah, I think everyone's coming back now.
Oh man, Rick, we lost you mid-sentence. Nicole, also write a letter to Rick Miller and he will finish his sentence.
My apologies. Go ahead.
You guys got the gist of it. I think getting the faculty to be optimistic is a bigger challenge than getting the students to be optimistic.
I totally agree. I was thinking that as Rogan was talking about the 23 sessions that they've done throughout COVID and trying to be upbeat about some of the things that they were achieving. It's hard. Faculty are a tough crowd. Students are an easier crowd, I totally believe. But we do need to move on. And my apologies for condensing the last couple of pieces of the conference. We were running a little bit over with our sessions. We had to kind of compress things down. Hopefully people had a chance to have a break. That's important. Hopefully people also had a chance to connect with others who are attending the conference and who gave presentations. If you didn't have that opportunity and you're still looking for it, I strongly encourage you to reach out to those people. This is a great group of people. They're welcoming, they're enthusiastic. They would love to hear from you and to have further conversations. But now we are moving on to our next session. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom Ketzeles, and we'll hear a little bit about what Gallup is going to be doing for the coalition.
Thank you, Keith. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We're extremely fortunate to have with us the Executive Director of the Education Division of Gallup. And before I introduce her, let me say that this partnership with Gallup has been extremely valuable to the efforts of the coalition. First, as Rick mentioned yesterday, it was the Gallup Purdue survey results in 2015 that were the motivation for the beginning of this work. And secondly, the next connection with Gallup is the team at Gallup will develop and administer a survey instrument to assess our progress. And I'm very pleased to say we've just last week signed an agreement with them. And thirdly, I think that the partnership with Gallup is the answer to the question that Brian Olson brought up yesterday, which is when you try to go to scale, you necessarily decompose into a large number of individual efforts with very different approaches. And what can we do to tie them together as a concerted whole? And I think that the next section partly answers that question. The key is to allow the flexibility for each university to pursue these common goals of life transformative education in its own way. And I would offer that a possible answer to tying it all together is to have the common goal and a common assessment of progress towards that goal. And so that ties into this next presentation. The final value that Gallup brings is as an outside assessor with tremendous credibility. Our results, if they are positive and are successful, will be taken much more seriously by higher education and lead to what we'd like to see be a national movement with that credibility. So for all those reasons, I'm really excited about this increasing partnership with Gallup. And I want to thank again the Kern Foundation for their support, which is allowing us to make that partnership. So our speaker, let me tell you a little bit about her, and she'll tell you what is planned. She is Stephanie Markin. She's the Executive Director, as I mentioned, of Education Research at Gallup, and she's responsible for the strategic direction of Gallup's research at the K-12 and post-secondary levels. Stephanie served as the Chief Methodologist before she became Executive Director, Chief Methodologist for Gallup, and as such, she was responsible for the design methodology of the Gallup Purdue survey that we've all been referring to. So she knows it intimately, and you'll hear a brief summary of her unique perspective on that study. Prior to joining Gallup, she was at Westat, a research firm specializing in complex social science studies for the federal government, state agencies, and foundations. She received her bachelor's degree in political science from Elon University and her master's degree in survey research from the University of Connecticut, of which we are very proud. And these are two institutions where she points out she received life transformative education. No surprise, given her success in her career. Please welcome Stephanie Markin. Well,
Thank
over to
you
you,
so
Stephanie.
much. Thank you all for having me. It's good to see some familiar faces and also meet some new friends and colleagues on this call. I'm excited to join you all and talk a little bit about the research that we've done historically at Gallup, and also, of course, importantly, the research that we'll do together. I'm going to go ahead and say those fateful words. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know if you can see that good PowerPoint. Yes, with big
Nice and clear.
Wonderful. So the team asked me to put together just a few slides to really guide the discussion and just to get us started, but I would love to hear your good questions. So please, as we're moving through the presentation today, please feel free to stop me. And then of course, I'll reserve some time at the end so we can discuss exactly how we'll partner together and answer your good questions about the nuts and bolts of that project. So I'm going to start us off and share just a little bit about the Gallup Purdue Index and Gallup Alumni Survey work that we've been conducting over the course of the last 8 years. Some of you may be more or less familiar with the work. This work has really a central premise, which is that a lot of the traditional measures of a college degree, and particularly if a college degree is valuable, are based on economic measures alone. People talk about employment status. Of course, it's important to be employed when you graduate. People talk about income level. Of course, graduates want to achieve a livable wage and a great income. But we often talk just solely about those two large economic indicators and miss out on some of the most important parts of a college degree, which of course are the extent to which it transforms your life, the extent to which you feel engaged and fulfilled in your work upon graduation, and the extent to which you feel like you're achieving what we call high well-being at Gallup. So about 8 years ago in 2013, we partnered with Purdue, and our intent was really this. We wanted a metric that individual universities could use to measure the extent to which they were delivering on students' expectations and really having their desired impact on college graduates from their institutions. So we created a core survey that we've been measuring annually ever since, called the Gallup Alumni Survey. And we've surveyed more than 100,000 graduates to date through that work who've achieved their bachelor's degree or higher. And we survey on a wide variety of metrics. We asked them a series of questions about their time while they were enrolled in college and a series of questions about their experiences when they graduated. The desire there is just to understand what experiences while enrolled best set students up for success upon graduation. And when we talk about success, we often talk about things like well-being and engagement and fulfillment in their work. But we also talk about things like time to a good job upon graduation, and also importantly, the extent to which you feel like your degree was worth the cost. Now, those of you who are more familiar with our work are probably also familiar with these 6 items that we've used since we really started the survey that we fondly call our Big 6. And these 6 items span issues of relationships that students have while they're enrolled, but also engaging learning experiences that they have while they're enrolled at the institution that do have a significant impact upon their experiences at graduation. The first 3 items that we use are actually here on this screen, and they really are designed to help understand the extent to which people had a professor who made them excited about learning, somebody who really engaged them in that classroom, the extent to which students felt cared for as a person, not just as a student in the classroom, and the extent to which they had a mentor who encouraged them to pursue their goals and dreams. We asked these graduates to rate the extent to which they agree with these statements on a 1 through 5 scale, from strongly disagree to a strongly agree. And you'll see here, this is the percentage of graduates nationally strongly agree with these statements. So you'll see the majority of students believe they had at least one professor who made them excited about learning. But I think slightly more concerning is just about a quarter of graduates nationally report that they had professors who cared about them as a person and a mentor who encouraged them to pursue their goals and dreams. 2 areas in which we know have a huge impact on their likelihood to land at a really fulfilling and engaging job upon graduation, but also importantly, that reflect really positively upon the institution. We find if students strongly agree with these statements, they're more likely to be donors to the institution upon graduation and more likely to be brand ambassadors of that institution. So it's important, not just because these are important, experiences for students to have for their own sake, but it's also good for the institution when they do have them. We always say, if you want a student to show you love upon graduation, you have to show them love while they're at the institution. There are 3 other items that we use to measure the extent to which students experience what we would call engaging learning experiences, applied learning experiences. So we have 3 items that we use to measure this. The first of which is the extent to which they worked on a long-term project that took a semester or more to complete. The second is whether or not they had an internship or job where they were able to apply what they were learning in the classroom. And the third is the extent to which they were extremely and deeply involved in extracurricular activities. And again, you see the percentage of college graduates nationally with a bachelor's degree or higher that report they had these experiences. I'd call attention in particular to the second of these items, which tends to be a favorite for many of our institutional partners, because of all the 6 items that we track that have these important relationships with long-term outcomes for graduates, this second one has the most important impact. We find that if a student had an internship or job where they were able to apply what they were learning in the classroom, they're twice as likely to have a good job upon graduation, not just a job, but a good job. They're also 3 times as likely to be thriving in their well-being and to be engaged at work upon graduation. So it's a hugely important experience, in part because students find out what they're not good at. And I often hear that from graduates. It was a good elimination strategy. And also sometimes because they find out what they're really good at and make an amazing connection with an employer that they can take with them upon graduation. We had another version of this question that we tested when we first launched the survey that just asked about having a job or internship. We found no sorting effect in having a job or internship with those long-term outcomes. It was really the application piece. If they were applying what they were learning in the classroom, that's where the outcome really took off for students. And you'll see here on the screen, just 6% of our graduates agree with all 3 of these statements. And unfortunately, just about 3% of all graduates nationally had all 6 of those experiences. So if you're thinking you're one of them, then you're the lucky few, unfortunately, of college graduates nationally. Now, we find really important relationships between these 6 items and other measures that we have in the survey. One of which is the extent to which you felt prepared well for life outside of college. That's an item that we've been tracking among college graduates nationally for some time. What you'll see here is the more experiences students had among these 6 that we measure, the more likely they are also to strongly agree that their institution prepared them well for life outside of college, which of course includes so much more than just your job. It includes your personal life, it includes your ability to manage your finances, your ability to network within your alumni base, a million things that are important for individuals to find really fulfilling careers and personal lives. I also want to mention this issue of engagement in particular. We find that students, the more likely they were to engage in these experiences and have these big 6, the more likely they were to be engaged at their work upon graduation. You'll hear us talk a lot about engagement at Gallup as opposed to just employment status, because we believe that yes, everyone goes to college to get a job, but they go to get a good job. They don't just go to get any job. And a good job for most people is actually a deeply fulfilling one. So it's not enough anymore that it's just a well-paying job. It has to be one for which people feel deeply fulfilled. And that's more true for the generations that are currently graduating from college than any generation before them. And we see that through our work at Gallup writ large. We've been measuring employee engagement for 40 plus years now here at Gallup. And what we see is a tremendous shift in how people think about their work. It's become a disproportionate amount of their time, and they have a huge expectation of it that is an incredibly fulfilling part of their time. So we see that particularly for newer graduates. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about why these items matter to you all. I know some of you are familiar with some of the other metrics that we also have in the surveys, but the reason I mentioned those 6 and kind of their impact on some of the important long-term and short-term outcomes that we've been tracking at Gallup is because we understand that those are items that are really important to how you all are conceptualizing a life transformative education and that you would like to use in a survey of your own students. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how our partnership is designed, and then I'd love to pause for any good questions that you all have, either about the historic research that we've conducted or our partnership together. So we've conceptualized our partnership to be this. We're going to be conducting a web-based survey with currently enrolled students at your institutions. And we're going to be asking them a series of questions that we identify in partnership with you all. So we obviously have a rich database that we're able to pull from with 100+ questions included in it, the 6 of which I just mentioned here today, as well as other really important questions. What we want to do there is just track the extent to which your students at your institution are actually experiencing those items and how they're performing on them. And that'll do a few things. I mean, one of which is that'll allow us to compare across the institutions that are participating and help understand what are some bright spots that we want to learn from across the participating institutions, but we'll also be able to compare each of the institutions that participates to a national baseline that we have at Gallup that will be really valuable. So you can understand not just how do you compare to one another, but how do you compare to the entire college student population. Now, when we're going to be phasing this in and doing this work at a time that is ideal for you all. So we're going to be working very closely with the team to identify when we should be surveying students. We're going to have 2 major survey periods for which participating institutions can select from. The idea there is that we might want to do a survey in the spring. Some institutions may want to wait for the fall. We want to do it at a time that's convenient for you all, while also keeping in mind for any participating institution what other surveys that they have going on at the institution at the same time. Survey fatigue is a real problem. It's a problem everywhere. We want to minimize it as much as possible and also make the data maximally, useful for you all. So if you have a specific program that's launching, we'll be cognizant of that. So we'll be working with you all to identify the ideal survey periods. but we'll be serving the entire group of students that you share with Gallup, some of which might have experienced some of the programming that's been introduced to actually impact the extent to which a student achieves a life transformative education. Some students might not have yet participated. We can talk a little bit about the ideal sampling selection process at each individual institution. What we want to do is to provide a little bit of a baseline for your institution so you can continue to track progress moving forward. But as we talked with your team, we understand everybody's on a little bit of a different journey, and actually that's great because we'll learn from each other. But importantly, we want to make sure that we're serving the right group of students at your institution and at the right time. So much more to come on that, but just wanted to call that out specifically, that we'll be working with each of the institutions to really make sure that the project works for you all. Importantly, the final list of questions that we ask of all students will be used so that we can provide each participating institution a data set back to them. And we'll be working with each institution too to identify, are there any customizations you'd like to see to the survey? So we'll have some optionalizing as well. So if a school says, you know what, we'd really like to add these additional 5 questions, we can absolutely do so. We just work that out with the individual school that would like to make that change. And likewise, if the de-identified data set is insufficient, you need digital analysis and reporting, there'll be some options to contract and work with Gallup directly on that as well. So I would love to pause there for anything that I missed, Tom and Rick and team, Keith, that we've talked about over the last few weeks that you feel like is important to cover, but also to answer any questions that anyone has. I'm going to stop sharing my screen just so I can see your faces a little bit big.
No, Stephanie, that was a terrific overview. Thank you. I think is the perfect time to break for questions. So I'm sure there will be many.
Wonderful.
I think one of the questions, you said with the participating groups, there are 12 groups currently who are receiving the Kern seed grants, and those are the groups envisioned in this this first survey. But once the survey is developed, we hope that others will join in and adopt a sort of common assessment tool. Any questions? And I'm not in gallery mode. Hang on a second so I can see everybody.
And for those of you who are interested in just some of this research in general, I would also just point you to our website. We actually have a lot of the reports that we've released historically on news.gallup.com. So if you're ever interested in the research or the work that we've done, please feel free to also navigate to those reports.
Great. I see a hand up from Barry at Embry-Riddle. So,
yeah, thank you. A fairly quick question. With all that's happened in the last year and 2 years with COVID, how has that all worked into the survey questions? And because you're going to be asking about experiences and interactions with faculty and opportunities at your school, et cetera. So could you comment on that?
Yeah, great question. So each of the years in which we fielded the National Alumni Survey, we've actually changed some of the questions that we ask on it. So we kind of have a core group of questions that we've kept pretty consistent. Then we have additional questions that we've added over time. As you can imagine, last year, we really wanted to add some particularly important questions to understand the challenges students were facing and connecting with faculty and staff, especially for those students who are remote or in a hybrid learning experience last year. So we have a lot of great questions too that are available for which we have baselining and benchmarks on. We also continue to test each year in which we have those questions about the Big 6 on the survey. We continue to test the impact of those questions because obviously the very clear theory could be that some of these things become more or less important as other factors pop up on a campus or evolve. We find that the Big 6 continue to have the same impact, but I will say there are other questions too that we've begun tracking more closely that we think are also incredibly important. A lot of questions on diversity, equity, inclusion specifically, about feeling as if you could report an issue and it would be taken seriously if you did so. Also some important questions about belongingness on campus that I would definitely recommend you consider including, especially because I think that'll continue to be important long after COVID. So we have some other questions too that are certainly some favorites that I'll highlight for you all as we dive in. But I'm really excited because I think the most fun part, this is because I'm a methodologist by training, is picking up the questions. And there's so many great questions that you could benefit from that we've tested nationally at other institutions, and they cover so many distinct constructs. I think right now the database is up to about 170 questions. So we have a lot to choose from in addition to the 6 that I think would be really relevant post-COVID and during COVID, which appears we're going to be in longer than I thought.
Thank you. Good question. John Volan first and then Nicole.
Great, thank you, Stephanie, and it's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
I'm curious, and maybe I missed it. Is part of the survey, would it also go to alumni, or is it just students? One, and then we're doing a lot of assessment work as we roll out our CLTE projects, and one of the things that we have been doing, because we're going across 7 universities, is we are going to be using, well, we have been using NESI, because there's a lot of embedded questions with NESI every year, and the NACM surveys of 5 and 10 years. So how would this differentiate, potentially from some of those? And again, the alumni question. Thanks.
Yeah, great question. So the first question, student versus alumni, we're only currently planning on interviewing students. Having said that, that could certainly evolve. So we should come back to that, especially if it makes more sense for specific institutions later on to be thinking about it from an alumni-based lens. But currently the plan is just focused on students. And then on the second question, in terms of NESI, we consider ourselves more complementary to NESI and less redundant, in part because we've really designed it to be so. We spent a lot of time in early days actually looking at the NESI instruments and working with individual institutions to understand what would be complementary. So you'll see some of the items are likeness in the concept or the construct they're covering, but they approach it from slightly different angles. So for example, NESI might ask about the frequency in which you met with an academic advisor. We don't really ask those questions. We ask more so the extent to which you feel cared for as a person. So they tend to work actually in concert with one another, and depending upon the type of data that you're collecting within the institution, and the permissions that you have to either use or share that data, might even be able to merge the data sets for you and create some, more effective data sets. So that's always an option too that we can explore later.
Yeah, I'd love to explore that because, of course, because of the way we're approaching it, NESI and NACM both don't quite address what we want, and that if you can complement those, that'd be wonderful. Thanks.
That's great.
Thank you. Nicole?
Hi, thank you. I've appreciated this presentation, and I have seen Gallup present a few times over the years about the Gallup-Purdue Index, and it's an impressive study. And I'm going to admit both that I am a methodologist myself, and it's been a minute since I have looked at those old reports. So I was wondering if you could refresh my memory about how you approach some of the constructs that are really important to us here at CLTE, like meaning, purpose, identity, and agency.
Yeah, great questions. We have a series of questions on those items. I mean, certainly our well-being items are ones that are a favorite, I would say, among our client partners on the issue of purpose specifically. So for those of you who are less familiar, Gallup has a well-being index that we use to measure the extent to which somebody is thriving, struggling, or suffering in one of 5 areas of their well-being. So purpose, which for those who are in the workforce looks a little bit more like career well-being. For those who are studying and as a student really look like the extent to which they're studying something they're interested in. We also have financial, social, community, and physical well-being. The idea there is that across those 5 domains, purpose, social, community, physical, and financial well-being, that really tells you how you're living your whole life. We have 2 items specifically on the issue of purpose that we really like, in part because they measure very nicely against other metrics that we've used in the past to validate those items. So for example, if you have high purpose well-being, you're more likely to stay at your job long-term. You also have lower levels of healthcare costs, absenteeism, turnover, et cetera. So there are a lot of other external outcomes that we've used to create the well-being index. We actually have a great meta-analysis that's publicly available if anyone likes to give it a read, that I always send folks that I think is really interesting on the purpose part. The other piece of the purpose puzzle is around our engagement, some of our items that we use to measure the extent to which you feel deeply fulfilled and engaged and emotionally connected to your work in your workplace. So those are some of my favorite items. We actually, when we first started the study with Purdue, we had some great faculty members who really informed some of our items around purpose that I can also send over to you, might find interesting. So we have a long battery of items, but those are my favorite on the issue of purpose in particular.
Yeah. Let me weigh in on this just a little bit, because this is a really interesting question. And Rick alluded to it in his opening talk, that the identity, agency, and purpose were sort of an extraction, if you will, of that we as the executive group of CLTE extracted from the CLTE data. The raw data is the strong correlation between these certain big 6 questions and the outcomes that we were looking for in terms of long-term well-being and work engagement throughout life. And so what we decided to do, we could do all kinds of surveying, but we decided that if we believe that those correlations are more than coincidental, that we would go back to those questions as the starting point of what we're trying to achieve. And let me illustrate a little bit about how we extracted that connection. So there's Nicole, one of the questions was, and Stephanie did a really nice job of distinguishing this one. You know, I had the opportunity to apply what I'd learned while still a student to a job or internship. And we noticed what Stephanie said, which was when you just asked, did you have a job or internship, there was no correlation. But when you had the opportunity to connect your curricular experience to something in the real world, then there was a really powerful correlation. We interpreted that as you were empowered by your knowledge, you made that connection, that we interpreted that as agency. And I want to say that because sometimes that history is lost, and it may, you know, for better or worse. In one of the breakout sessions, people were bringing up other ways in which students have agency, and they're really quite different, right? Somebody brought up, you know, the development of networks as producing agency, and maybe it does, but it really, it's a different sort of agency than what we were extracting from the original data. So I think there's an advantage to going back to the original questions, because if you go to the extractions, then they lead to a lot, to so many more connections. I don't know what it means, but that's my opinion. Anyway, I think this is hard to discuss in a group of 40 some people, but a really important question, and one we can kind of chew on over time, because I think you've raised a really great point. I saw Linda had a question. And I think she's muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now I can.
Okay. Stephanie, I'm curious about this wellness piece, and it's based on some research that I've read by this person named Prilotensky, and he was looking at, or basically found that that one cannot experience wellness without fairness. That essentially they have to have, well, two things. One, they have to have what's due them as a human being, you know, like safety and food and that sort of thing. But also they have to experience moving through the world in a way that is fair to them, that they're given these things or afforded these things or have access in a way that's fair in terms of its distribution. So in other words, a lot of these surveys, they kind of look at the person, but the system is invisible. And we know, you know, based on our social identity, we really have different experiences as we move through the world, oftentimes. So I'm not sure what I'm asking, but does your survey in any way kind of get to those systemic issues that may kind of intersect with the DEI questions?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where I love to dig down into some of the subgroups of the student population, because to your point, they're experiencing your culture so differently based on their own unique component in which they live at the institution. And we do see like very seismic differences between groups of the population that I think are really important. But it's absolutely true. Fairness and equity, and also just a belief that the institution would do the right thing if you did make a report. You know, one of the most, I think, frustrating articles that I've ever written was about 2 years ago, where we reported that people were most at risk of sexual assault on campus were the least likely to believe that if they reported something, the university would take them seriously. That's a problem, right? So we have a lot of great findings like that. They're really disappointing, but I also think really underscore the need for systematic change at the institutional level on some of these topics. We do see some intersection on the issue of well-being based on experiences around marginalization of historically underrepresented groups. So it definitely comes out in the data. Sometimes it comes out in their own self-assessment. Sometimes it comes out in their assessment of the culture at the institution. So I think you'll see that come out in a few different items. One of my favorite items that we've asked historically has been the extent to which you were exposed to people from different backgrounds than you, and you had the ability to regularly interact with those people. If you strongly agree with that statement, you're more likely to believe your degree is worth the cost for all the obvious reasons that exposure is so important to how you conceptualize the value of your degree. So we have some great items around that too, just exposure to diversity that I think would be really valuable.
Yeah. Yeah. So if, if empowerment connects to creating, agency and well-being, unempowerment obviously can impede that. So it's right. So you want to do the empowering and remove the unempowering influences. Okay. Let's see. We're getting close to the end. In fact, we're at the end. I didn't realize the time flew so fast. I just looked. It's 4 o'clock. Stephanie, thank you again. That was a really terrific presentation. We're so excited to have your partnership and that of Gallup. Yeah, if you join me in unmuting for just a second, let's give Stephanie a round of applause and a thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you all so much for having me. And if I didn't get to one of your questions, please feel free to email it to me. I'd be happy to answer it offline as well.
Back to you, Keith.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you, Stephanie. And we're now back to me just for a moment. I'm going to turn this over to Rick. We're transitioning to the future. We've had lots of great presentations about what people are working on. We've heard about some plans for assessment, which I think is really exciting for what we're all doing and kind of positioning that work in a framework that we can all hopefully use and extract useful information from. But of course, the CLTE is still evolving. This is our first annual conference. We hope first of many. But as part of the first is looking to the future and thinking about what the future of the CLTE can be. So I'm going to turn it over to Rick to lead a discussion of a little bit of the context for that and what your ideas are for what's most important for the future of the CLTE.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank everybody for their time and energy and commitment for the last couple of days here as we've thought through things together. And remind you that the CLTE is a very nascent, fragile collection of people who nod their heads at these issues in airports. We need to be thinking about the next 3 years. I think personally that what we've seen is a strong affirmation that there's a there, that there's something really important that's not being addressed and that the consequences of not addressing it are severe. And lots of ways of describing it, but the simplest way for me to explain it is that the mission of higher education in general needs to be expanded beyond simply transferring knowledge and skill. It needs to now openly embrace some responsibility for shaping mindsets, for shaping attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs in young people, both for their mental health, for the health of the community, and for their later thriving in life. So this is still a giant goal and a really small organization that's really loosely connected to each other. So you have a volunteer steering committee that you can find on the CLTE.org website. There's 8 of us who have other things to do, but have decided to volunteer our time to try to make something happen. And we have the obligation here to plan ahead, to try to think about what could be and what should be, and how could we make that happen. So let me just talk you through for a minute some of the things that have happened like in the last 12 months of this group thinking ahead. We've tried a couple of times to construct a list of the most important major goals for the next 3 years. Well, there's nothing magic about 3 years. I just think that the world is so uncertain at this point that planning beyond 3 years is probably futile. But planning for at least 3 years gives us a sense of continuity and momentum. So what would that list include? Now, a year or so ago, it included maybe we should create a website. And the reason that we created a website is that we got invited by Lynn Pasquarella, who's the president of AAC&U, to appear in a panel, 5 of us, to talk to the annual conference of the AAC&U in January. And of course, once we announced our existence, that suddenly creates a need for being able to explain things. And so we had a website. And then as soon as we had the website, we realized now there are people who are asking about how do we get involved in this as well? Which then created a need to think hard about what does it mean to be a part of this group? That resulted in what you'll now find on the website on, I think it's the membership or mission page, a description, a one-page description of 2 levels of engagement with this coalition. One is the affiliation level, and the other one is a membership level. Now, affiliation is pretty easy to obtain. Any group of largely faculty included team doing a project which would address identity, agency, and purpose for this sort of thing, that would be competitive, let's say, for receiving an invitation to present at an annual conference like this. We don't have an infinite amount of time, so if we had 100 universities, we couldn't all make presentations. Some would have to be invited and others not. But if your university has a group of faculty members doing this sort of work, and it fits nicely with what everything else is doing, you could write us a letter and you could say, here's the project. It would look like the proposals that we have received for pilot projects for funding from the coalition so far. And if the review committee felt that it was consistent, you could be a member tomorrow, I'm an affiliate. To go from the affiliate stage to the member stage would require something in addition. And what it amounts to is a letter of commitment, preferably from a president or a provost of the university, that says these are issues that are important across our campus. These are not just the crazy ideas of a few faculty members that we are not going to pay attention to, but these are in fact things, if they work, we will embrace. That I, for example, as a president, would be willing to stand in front of the entire community at a convocation or at a commencement and announce that our goals, our mission at this institution now includes going beyond teaching knowledge and skill and embracing the shaping of mindsets of young people on our campus. I believe every one of the presidents and provosts in the original group of this coalition made exactly that commitment and fulfilled it within the first 12 months. That means that you're now eligible or liable to be asked to be on the steering committee to help us make this work happen. So those 2 levels, affiliate and members, and this all happened within the last little over 6 months along the way. Then we realized that this is another fork in the road. Once you've made a declaration like that, this is on the website, send me a letter, you can join. Then you've opened the doors to an unknown number of new affiliates. This is a good thing. This is also a complication from a management point of view. How big should we be? How big do we want to be? Does it matter? We've learned some learning actually from looking at parallel organizations. We have a relationship with a group of universities that are trying to change medical education. And their strategic approach was to limit the membership, at least for several years, to develop a prototype for the kind of change that is needed. And then when they get it to the point where it appears to be stable and robust and replicable, then they would open the doors to others. That's one approach, which we thought about. There's lots of risks in each of these. One of the risks in that approach is that the group stays together as a small group for so long that it becomes difficult to open the door. And then the spread doesn't feel like a spread. People's appetite for change and ability to change depends on where they are in their strategic planning cycle, what the position is for the president at that institution and the board of trustees. Did they just change presidents, or do they have a president who's going to be there for a decade? So there is a moment in time when there's an appetite for embracing change. And if you hold the door closed, independent of those, until you're ready, you will miss a lot of opportunities that way. On the other hand, If you open it too quickly and you have too large a group and don't have a solid prototype for the thing that you're trying to build, there's a risk of incoherence. So people are doing a lot of interesting things, but they don't really have much in common. And the more time that goes by without any kind of strategic guidance, it just diverges into randomness. You know, engineers would call it entropy. That's a natural effect. So how do you manage this? And of course, we don't have answers. That's partly why we have this session now at 4 o'clock for those intrepid people who are willing to hang with us this late in the day. So we worried about that quite a bit and basically decided that there's another group trying the smaller approach to develop a model. Let's go the opposite direction and see what happens. So we have deliberately, as a community, decided to open the door. That doesn't mean that we have no interest in setting targets for how many new members, how fast, what kinds of new members. I mean, we already ran into a little bit of this earlier in the day in our conversation with Lori Santos about the problem with students being struggling to be admitted to elite universities and packing their admission file with these extracurricular activities almost to the point where it's the Guinness Book of World Record to see how many of these you could include on your file in order to impress the committee. And then once you get in, the problem is the opposite. Now you have to stop focusing on how many things you can do and start focusing on what you can do and sustain reasonably with the amount of work. And one of our institutions pointed out, wait a minute, not all of us have this trouble of students competing to see how many extracurricular activities they can pack their resume with. We have the opposite set of issues here. So that's a result of having a diverse community. And those are, of course, really important issues. So the more different kinds of institutions we have in our group, the more diverse our group is, the more likely we are to encounter the kinds of questions that don't occur to us unless we have voices that are new. I know this is a diversity question, and I know just a quick little anecdote. When Olin was very first starting, and this is an engineering school, obviously we had a group of faculty members that had a lot of engineers, but they were not all engineers. In one of our first meetings, we had 10 people around the table, and I remember explaining our mission is to rethink what it means to be an engineer in the 21st century and rethink what it means to be educated. And immediately a hand went up. This was a young woman who was a chemist. And she said, excuse me, can you explain what an engineer is? I mean, I've worked with engineers before, but I don't know exactly what engineers are supposed to do. And don't we need to know that before we can create a curriculum? And therefore, don't we need to know what every engineer needs to know? You know, I'd been in engineering schools for 20 years before that. No one had ever asked that question in an engineering school because we had the wrong kinds of people around the table. Having a diverse group of people in the room proceeds the conversation in ways that will get to the heart of the issue more directly. So we've openly embraced the idea of bringing in people from different backgrounds. In fact, one of the things that's on the table, we haven't really moved very far on it yet, is as diverse as our community is. I mean, we have R1, you know who we are. We have a group of R1 research universities, public and private, large regional publics, liberal arts schools, and so on. We don't have any community colleges in our group. You know, a huge percentage of the American college population lives in community colleges. Why don't we have them involved? They have identity, agency, and purpose problems too. We also don't have, as at this point, any historically Black colleges and universities. And one of the things that the Gallup study showed, which we haven't talked about much now, is this issue of mentorship. Actually, the data shows from Gallup, I believe, and Stephanie could have explained this more than I could, shows that the HBCUs do an extremely good job of dealing with the mentorship and the social support for students in colleges, much better than many of our major research universities, including even Ivy Leagues. we have something to learn from them. So these are the attractors that we've talked about in terms of going out and actively recruiting people from that community. Then, of course, we have one last piece of this, which is international universities. For a number of reasons, well, a number of us have done quite a bit of international travel. And a lot of our friends, and some of them that were involved in the last 2 days in our conference, don't live in the United States. And they're saying, gee, this is really quite interesting. Can we join in the conversation as well? We have undergrad, we have kids, and these kids need to be educated, and they have identity, agency, and purpose problems. What's wrong with us? And I've had this conversation with folks from China, with folks from Latin America, with folks from Africa, with folks from the Middle East, and with folks from Europe. There's a lot of interest there. And so the question is now the time? Should we open the door widely and bring these in as well? And of course, this is the same conversation that I've had with admissions teams in the past. If we open the door and we welcome them in, they're our children now. So think of it as a family. How many children can you feed? And secondly, if you bring in a child with special needs, you need to be prepared to deal with it. So don't bring them in because you think more is better always. You have to think about how to manage it so that they have the right experience as well. So these are the kinds of questions that have come up in the steering committee. We have another kind of question as well, which I won't dwell on too much with this group, but it's the business model for Olin. What are we building here? Is this a center at a university? Is this a nonprofit organization that will have a building with somebody's name on it in Washington, D.C.? Or is this a movement in which people will 20 years from now not remember how it started? How do we do that? What kinds of business models should there be? I mean, is this always funded by philanthropy? I mean, that's what we've done so far. Is it funded by fees and fee for entry or annual dues? A lot of organizations that are nonprofits do that. Is there a role for corporations in what we're doing? I mean, you just heard from Stephanie that people who have high well-being have a low demand on their health insurance, and they have low absenteeism at work. These are things of financial value to corporations who would like to see a community of universities working on these problems because they immediately benefit. Is there a role for them? We have asked widely, we have interviewed people who run nonprofits. I've talked to people who run large education foundations in order to see how that works. We're talking to possible donors too, as well. We're thinking also about the other sources of income that could be developed in order to support this. This is not the sort of thing that you talk about in polite company, but if you want this organization to persist, it has to have a sustainable business model. That's what anybody who's had experience, even a family, you need to have a sustainable source of revenue to have a family. So that's also on our radar. Okay, so that's kind of the report out of where we are and how we got here. Now the question is, where should we go going forward? And I'm thinking that we should open it up for questions here and discussion to anybody in the audience. And we may possibly come back and ask you in a few minutes as a community to express your thoughts about the desirability or the relative priorities of these different possible next steps in what we're doing. Okay, so maybe we should stop this report out mode and go into gallery view. And number one, see if anybody's still awake. I always worry when I talk too long that my family always reminds me that this is not a good thing. Dad, stop talking. The second thing is you're the source of both energy, commitment, and wisdom that we need to hear from. So the floor is open. Who would like to respond to what we're doing so far? What are we missing and where should we be going?
So Barry Butler has his hand raised. Rick?
Oh, Barry.
Thanks, Rick. First of all, thanks for your leadership on all this. I really appreciate it. Just a few thoughts. I don't really have a suggestion, but let me just kind of share my thoughts. I do also recognize how we have such a wide range of different members here. I mean, and I think that, I know that's a strength. And you can sense it when you get into some of the breakout rooms, because based on the keynotes, how people are reacting to a particular keynote. And as you correctly stated during the presentation from Yale, institutions that it just didn't connect because of the makeup of the students. So I think that's a strength we have. And what I'm thinking is, somehow as we move down this path, there's natural groups within this entire organization that have similar sort of starting points, let's just say. And we're all at different places, but I think there's natural groups of institutions that might fit into one sort of, cluster, let's just say. And I do believe that, for example, the Gallup survey, the initial baseline of that might actually help us sort of identify maybe like institutions where we can actually have some connectivity in terms of, okay, what are the steps we're taking? How are we moving the needle on some of these indicators? So just a thought. I mean, it sort of gives some structure to what is a very complex web of institutions. And if our goal is to move ourselves along this trajectory, starting with a good baseline, which I think Gallup does, I think that's a reasonable starting point. It's just a thought to kind of kick around the steering committee.
Yeah, it's a very good suggestion, Barry. That was exactly what we were thinking about the Gallup as a baseline. One of the things that I'm nervous about is we have such different institutions. Suppose we did a survey question on Gallup, and it came back that the score for Olin College, let's say, was 4.2 out of 5. And suppose the score for UConn was 3.7 out of 5, or you flip them around, it doesn't matter. Does that mean that one school is doing a better job than the other, and that by a little more effort, you could match it? These are schools that have different missions. They have different resources. In interpreting these results, what would make a lot more sense to me is to have enough community members that there are similarity. You have a peer group within the coalition for which making comparisons of data makes sense. Then you can tell, well, they did that because they have a completely different student body, and they have a different set of financial resources, and they have a different approach. So I think your advice makes good sense, and really what this discussion period, I hope, will accomplish is hearing from you, what should our steering committee be thinking about now? Because we're a group of people who are limited in time and space. Thank you very much, Barry. Someday we need to get together again, maybe have lunch if we can, ever have the real world happens again. I'm going to move on to Gigi.
So just a word of caution, putting on my measurement science background, so much of the latent characteristics that you might measure through the Gallup survey and other metrics of the seed projects, or even just as a benchmarking opportunity through the coalition. So much of this is situative and based on both experiences prior and experiences in college, which is kind of building on some of the things that Tom talked about earlier, and certainly our last person who just talked, asking, and even your query about how do we group folks? Because these are skills and these are experience sets. These are strategies people may use, survival strategies, all kinds of them, that are situated in diverse contexts. So divorcing the information from context is a little bit dangerous, to be honest with you. And so I urge the steering committee to think carefully about something that's situative and contextually embedded in moving forward. I think it's really, really critical that we, with the idea of helping students, we also want to be certain that we're cautious about not pushing our values individually and collectively on others, and also making assumptions based on our own experiences, both personally and professionally, that may be different from others. And it's really a sensitive issue. It's not that we can't have any of this kind of cross-group dialogue, and we certainly should, lessons learned, all kinds of that, but we should think about context, situation, and experience, both personal and professionally.
Yeah, very wise counsel, Gigi. Thank you for doing that. Even the national survey companies like NISI, for example, at Indiana University, provides a survey of how you're doing as an institution. They are very careful to avoid making this into some kind of a national standard that everybody has to meet a goal. You can request certain peer data, but you don't just immediately get appointed in the New York Times as being number 36 or something like that, which is not healthy at all. In fact, I'm going to go a little bit out of line, noting the chat, and ask Charles Larkin, Charlie, a good friend, to comment on what the league tables have done in the UK.
Yes, so I mean, you have a situation that, you know, the research excellence frameworks, or originally the research assessment exercise, and then its sibling, the teaching excellence framework, were created. The teaching excellence framework was actually created to directly address the problem that Rick and the CLTE group are trying to address. And in the end, it wound up going to the lowest common denominator, which was, do you have a job? Does that job pay enough money to pay back your student loan? You know, if you answer yes, you know, pass go and collect $200. And the end result was that you got a league table of universities that started to compete against one another on this basis. And then once you start the competition, the universities began to game it. And now you have a situation where the research system is gamed on these basis of these metrics. The teaching system is gamed on these metrics. You have soft bribery of the students through the students' union with free beer and free candy before they do the national student survey in order to get better scores on the teaching excellence framework. So you just have to really be careful about this. And, you know, I thought the point about, you know, context being essential, it is really truly essential in any type of evaluation. And I just implore you, having watched what it's done in the UK, don't do league tables. You know, remember the old ads, you know, don't do drugs, don't do league tables, whatever you do with this.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Paula, you've been quite patient. Would you please share your thoughts with us?
No, I totally agree with Charles and with Gigi, and think that this idea of, you know, how we look at the data are going to be critical, and that I think we're going to have a lot of work to do moving forward, just to say that this is really our thinking about our own institutions and movement of our own institutions, which is not the way we tend to think. We think competitively. We're competing against ourselves, really, in terms of improving. And I would think about this as we are here together to learn from each other the various strategies, no matter who you are, that we can think about integrating into our own institution based on the context of our institution and the kind of institution we are. The one thing that I so value about this group is the diversity of institutions. And if we add more diversity, I think that that is not endless, but I think that that is, in my mind, a very good thing in moderation. But what I would not want to see is us begin to develop groups of like type institutions that are the groups that are sharing ideas, et cetera, with each other. Because honestly, I belong to a whole bunch of organizations where I meet with like groups, and I'm not particularly interested in doing that again. I think to me, the joy of this group is the difference, and that no matter what your institution, no matter what kind of institution you have, these are kind of universal, fundamental ways that we will value the work we do and what we want to achieve for our students. It might look different, but hearing that, even if it's a very different, I mean, you know, Wellesley is going to be very, very different from a community college, but hearing how a community college is approaching this, there's going to be something for us to learn. And so I would really urge us to please not break us out into like groups, if that's ever a thought.
That's fabulous advice. It's exactly the kinds of advice that we need to hear. I'm getting this sense in my head that having metrics, I mean, look, you're talking to an engineer, Paula, so you're going to have to tolerate somebody who is like genetically predisposed to think about data. It's hard to give that up entirely. And I don't think you're saying that. I think that you're saying what you do with the data is what's really important.
It's about the change. It's about the change that is institutional. It isn't about whether your institution scored differently than mine. It is about the journey for achieving important outcomes for our students. And that isn't about whether I'm scoring better than you, because they're going to look different. It's about how do we become better at this? How do we become richer in terms of those outcomes? And that's where the learning is.
Absolutely right. So what I'm thinking, for example, is an analogy. If you are a young person and you want to become a recognized long distance runner, for example, I don't know how you can get better at long distance running without owning a stopwatch. You have to know whether losing weight, getting more sleep, doing exercise, what is it that allows me to do a better job of what I'm trying to do. But you don't have to share your time with everybody else. It's a longitudinal solo kinds of data set until you get to the point where you might want to do that. And every one of us is starting this with a different set of conditions, a different context. So I'm hearing this loud and clear, which I think is really important. You know, on the other hand, not having any data is because we're afraid of comparing with others sounds risky too. I think you need to know whether we're getting better or not. Otherwise, everything in the world is just anecdotal. And so we have some hard thinking about how we make this work. Manuel, you've had your hand up for quite a while.
Yeah, but still just listening to this very inspiring conversation. So first of all, thank you for letting me participate in these 2 days. It's been truly inspiring. I have a couple of questions, remarks, thoughts that are going through my head. So first of all, what helped me tremendously, and what could be the first goal for this organization, is to create a common language to actually talk about these goals with words and phrases that have a common meaning that people can start referring to. I could just say for myself, just listening to your idea of life transforming education and what you mean by it, what certain institutions, certain people mean by it, helped me tremendously sort out my own thoughts on this. And it will help me get the message through and convince other people and explain to them what it actually means. So I think this could be an impact that the organization has, not on a quantitative aspect, but it's a qualitative aspect. Create a common language that it helps institutions and people and policymakers talk about these things. That's a great goal in itself. The second one is that I would definitely second the idea that this should not be a competition, but rather help individual institutions break down for themselves how to approach this topic, get inspired by how other people are doing it, how other institutions are doing it. And that's where the diversity helps tremendously, because you can find institutions that are like yours that have similar conditions, similar resources at hand, and you can look for those who can really be an example for yourself. That's what I already like, looking at all the different institutions that are represented here. And one question that I have is, for us, we've been we've been talking about helping our students develop a certain mindset, and we are always having a debate about whether it's enough to say we want to help our students be happy, like live a fulfilled life, or whether we should take another step and try to encourage them to do more than that, to have an impact on, to shape the future society we want to live in, to challenge, like to take on these challenging problems that are out there. If this could be our role, if it's just too much to ask, and if it's whether it has to be the right of a student to say, I don't want to tackle challenging problems. I just want to live a fulfilled life, have a family, have a job, and just be happy with what I'm doing. I'd love just to hear thoughts on this, whether in these times it's our role to challenge our students to grow beyond just living a fulfilled life, or whether this should be our students' choice. And just one more thing that I was wondering, because it came up in several discussions, is if there might be a way to include schools in this discussion, because we've been at this point at several discussions that the idea of life transforming education might need to start earlier than the university level. And if that might be another thing to look at from this organizational perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Very interesting perspectives. I am struck by the fundamental importance of your observation that developing a common language, a common mental framework for thinking about the goals of what we're doing is the work in progress that's been working for several years now, that I think is so fundamental. And yet it's like the water that the fish are swimming in. We're not paying deliberate attention to it, and we need to. It's terrific. And your suggestion that the diversity that we're talking about of different kinds of institutions, it still has some barriers on it. It's still talking about higher education. What is the possibility of bringing in K-12 institutions as well? That hasn't been discussed, so we need to add that to our list of discussion points as well. So thank you, Manuel. Suquant, you've been patiently waiting, and I'm sure you have something interesting to say because I know you pretty well.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to just second what my colleagues have said in terms of how we group and how we use measurement. But I approach it from my discipline as a designer, and I go back to what you have shared earlier about Buckminster Fuller, I believe, where he said, you never change things by fighting the existing reality. You change something by building new models that make existing reality obsolete. And I would say in so many ways, we are in that stage of building prototypes. And for me personally, being around colleagues who are thinking about the same kind of problem from a completely different perspective is just absolutely wonderful. Like listening to, here I want to call out President Spencer's earlier presentation about purposeful work. Like it was phenomenal. We were about to start that work, and listening and hearing her talk about it and the work that was shared led to very rich discussions and launch of things which have completely different form on our campus as a result of who we are and what we are trying to do. So again, I would argue that that kind of sharing of ideas across the institutions for where we are at this moment in this work is really quite helpful. Secondly, again, around the use of data. So very much from the point of view of how do we build better prototypes? So we are, at least the work that I lead, is in very formative stage, and their institutional data and self-reflection done in a community could be really quite helpful. So that might, again, could be an approach towards how do we create baselines, how do we use baselines to improve our prototypes, how do we use a community for reflection. And there, in terms of just an offering, University Innovation Alliance has a number of universities that are part of it. They're indeed actually quite similar. They're increasing now the institution type in that group. But data sharing has been used, in a quite a robust way to improve outcomes. And if there is interest, I can have colleagues from there connect with you in how they have managed sharing of data across institutions to improve outcomes. Thank you.
It's very important, Suquant. I appreciate. I know we could learn a lot from people who have experience in having shared data across a group. There are pros and cons to that, and understanding what's already known and how they've dealt with it could be very useful to us. So I'll follow up with you on that. We have talked to the University Innovation Alliance in the past. It's a group which I think started as large publics that were interested in improving graduation rate and retention. And that's, of course, one of the steps to achieving well-being. So it's a really important group as well. Linda, another person I need to have lunch again with. You have so many interesting things going on. What's on your mind?
Well, you know, I'm thinking, I'm so grateful for the speakers that were that from the keynotes. They've just brought such provocative points of view, and I think I don't really have a gift to give in this moment, as much as I have kind of a dilemma that I feel we are in, that I would like to share, which is, you know, Rick, what would it take for us to, instead of working on the students, like in this arms race that was described, I think we are part of it, that we are participating in the arms race in a way that is, we faculty, we institutions, in a way that maybe we're not conscious of, that it's not just the students in the race, that we are part of it. And I think, you know, Paula sort of referenced that in terms of like, what will the data do to us when we start to look at I think it was Paula, when we start comparing and thinking quantitatively about the order of things, or maybe it was something about the institutions. But in any case, what would it take for us to begin cleaning up the water that we're swimming in? That's my dilemma. Like, if that makes sense, that metaphor of when can we look at ourselves and say, gosh, how are we contributing? It's not that we're not shaping minds. It's that we're shaping them with a vice, you know, like with so much pressure that something is happening, but it's not the well-being that we had intended, I think. I guess I'm confessing that I'm not innocent somehow in this outcome that I see as a problem.
Yes, thank you. Very deep thoughts, as always, from Linda. I think the realization here, which several of us have talked about for a long time, is that every time you walk into the classroom and you pick up a piece of chalk, you're not just teaching calculus, you're also shaping a mindset. Whether you're aware of it or not, whether it's intentional or not, it's happening. It's time we began to take responsibility for that and to think deliberately about what we're doing and to do it for a purpose. And that's part of what we're hoping will come out of this group of people who are really like-minded and committed to doing the right thing here. Then once you have some sense of it, the next step, which I've been struggling with for decades now, suppose you have a compass direction that you think would be better. How do you get other institutions to accept this and to change? That's a humbling task, it turns out. I'm mostly struck by the fact that in every university I've been in, when the curriculum is going to be changed, it's only happens because the faculty in the department votes for it. And it rarely occurs to the faculty in University A to pick up the phone and call the faculty in University B and see how they did it. And maybe part of the reason has to do with league tables. I don't know. It's you know, it's got to be by it's intrinsic motivation in Olin speak. And the best we can do, I think, is to plant seeds for intrinsic motivation everywhere and let them figure it out. I don't know the answers, Linda. Thank you for posing the right questions. Charles, it's getting late in Ireland. Let me see what's on your mind.
Well, I just wanted to say that Linda's last question about, what does it take to clean up the water we're swimming in? I think that's the ultimate question, and it's a very hard one to answer. I'll leave it to the smarter people in the room, but I think it was you that used the metaphor, Rick, that when trying to affect change in universities, like a graveyard sexton trying to affect change in a graveyard, you don't get much help from the occupants. But the one thing which I wanted to point out is that if you did want to think about this slightly differently, and in Ireland it was dragged kicking and screaming into a sort of empirical mindset about this, is to sort of short circuit that conversation about league tables by talking about what we created, which were compacts. And I put up a template there in the chat that's being used at the moment. And the idea is basically you create an empirical framework, but it's a dialogue. And it's a dialogue between the coalition and the different partners. So instead of publishing all and sundry and creating a table of it, it basically is about, well, here's an empirical conversation between what we think is the ideal with our right definitions and where you're at right now, and how do you think you can progress to your best self as an organization. And that was a very handy way of 7 universities, which would sell their own grandmothers for a bit of advantage, to stop having that conversation and argument with one another and just say, right, Maynooth University, we're like an SLC in America. This is where we want to be. And this is our rubric for success. And how can we get there? In our conversation with the advisors, we're at Trinity. We want to be Harvard, but we have no money. So how do we get to be Harvard with no money? And that's the conversations that are had. But I think that might be a useful way of possibly using that as a model, because it really lowered the temperature in what could have been a very hostile environment here. And also just to thank you and Keith and Tom and all the other speakers and organizers, because this has been a wonderful and really thought-provoking and successful event. So thanks for your leadership there, Rick.
Well, thank you. I'm just the guy who's retired, so I have more time. The questions, I have a lot of questions that if we had infinite time, I would be sending you a survey and asking you to fill it out. In fact, you are going to receive a survey after this meeting is over. Clayton Spencer and her team at Bates have put together a survey assessment of the meeting itself. What worked in this initial try, what didn't work, what could be done better. You will receive this very shortly after the survey, everybody who's been registered for it. So I'm hoping that you'll take that as an opportunity to help us get this better. One of the things on my mind is, should we do this again? And when? So there'll be a number of questions like that. I'm tempted, because we're now out of time, we need to move to the wrap up, where I'm going to ask Tom to summarize things. But I would like to ask for one kind of poll. We talked about whether to do this formally and online. We don't really have the time to fool with it. But we don't have that many people. I think at this point I'm seeing 33, which almost fits on one screen. So let me just do the poll this way. If this is an idea that you would support, then use the reactions button to push the thumbs up, okay? If you're ambivalent about it, then don't push that. And that way will help us to understand. And so one of those questions is, how are you in agreement with the idea that we should continue to grow the organization over the next year? So maybe double it or whatever. I'm seeing quite a few thumbs go up, not 100%. Okay, going once, going twice. Super, a little over 50-50. Another one, how important is it that you think we should add community colleges and historically Black institutions to our group to broaden the conversation? Great. This is a little stronger support for this idea, as far as I can tell. Thank you.
People
Now,
are figuring out, Tom, I mean, Rick, I think people are figuring out where the thumbs up button is.
okay, yeah. This is, yeah. So we're getting better responses because people have figured out what the button is, not because there's stronger support for it. One last question, and this is about international institutions, not because we have not thought about this too much. And there's some implications here you should think about. One of them is, suppose we had a meeting next May that was in person. I'm going to make this up. Suppose it's in Seattle, Washington, and you had to get on a plane and fly there. And if we added international institutions to the group, there would be significant inconvenience and travel expense that goes with such a meeting. And if they're part of our group, we need to support that as well. So with this in mind, how many of you would be supportive of an initiative to begin to recruit and accept international institutions to our community?
Rick, can I just say one thing about international?
Yes.
I think international is the globe. And when we say international, there are a lot of different things we have to, are we talking about Western Europe? Are we talking about Asia? Are we talking about Africa, South America? I mean, it's a big world out there. And I just think there are different implications for us excluding places, just like we're looking to increase diversity of the different types of institutions. So I would just hope that that's part of, if the decision is to go that way, that's an enormous undertaking, and that's part of the discussion.
Yeah, so I'm hearing it depends. And I think that's probably right. I mean, if you needed to have a critical mass of institutions that represent fairly the globe as a whole, then the way you do the rollout to an international community is more than just whoever shows up next week and wants to join. It has to be more thoughtful than that. Okay, we have 10 minutes left by my clock at least. I'm going to stop talking for a minute and give you a rest and ask Tom and Keith both if you would come in to the leadership now and help us with the wrap up. What do you think we learned? What went well? What impresses you with what happened, and what could we have done better?
You want us to talk at the same time?
We can try that. We haven't coordinated that much, but go ahead, Tom.
Really coordinating, Keith. We are of like minds. So let me just start by saying thank you again to the speakers for the excellent presentations again today. Again, thanks to the Kern Foundation for enabling all of this. Let's see, the keynote speakers, with their example validated, I thought, our direction for the whole coalition, both of them. Today, Lori in her presentation, I thought what she described was her course gives students strategies that lead to their well-being. And I think of the CLTE as giving the university strategies that foster the long-term well-being and engagement of our graduates. So I think there was a real complementarity to that. The other thing I observed, and I want to apologize for, I'm going to single someone out here. I apologize for not covering everyone because I only attended one breakout, but I think it's worth pointing out that some of the prototypes are reaching significant scale. That was a sense of progress I wasn't expecting to see, in this short period of time. And some are very ambitious, as we heard, and we'll be achieving it soon. But ASU in the breakout session talked about their prototype reaching 3,000 students. It's not reaching the full scale of 100,000, but we're talking about some pretty significant lives being transformed here. So that's, I thought, was noteworthy. And then I'll just say that there was an observation from the collection of talks that struck me, particularly those in the plenary sessions, UConn, Maine, and Bates, but also in some of the others, about some commonality of what worked to bring about the kinds of transformation of the institution, if you will. And it seemed to me it was 3 or possibly 4 things. And I'll tell you what the 3 are. Number 1 is, in common with all 3 of those plenary sessions, this has become a university priority and one of a few university priorities. And that's expressed either through the president, the provost, or the strategic plan. And it seems like that's an essential ingredient here. Number 2, there needs to be structure and guidance from the center, while at the same time allowing for flexibility, you know, at the unit level. So I guess that's 2 and 3. So 2 is one of these things all had in common is providing some structure or guidance from the center, but they also had in common that they allowed within that structure flexibility for each unit to achieve the common goal in its own way. And I think the 4th thing is this theme emerged largely out of the keynote this morning, is that the importance of working this effort into what's there versus adding to the plate of faculty and students, and sort of this theme of shifting and modifying versus adding or duplicating. And we heard some examples of how institutions are trying to do that by modifying their general education capstones, or modifying courses through the infusion program at Bates and other places like that. So I think that the examples were excellent, and they showed us a pathway forward. And then finally, I just want to say I love being a part of this community because it's a group of like-minded people that were drawn to a simple proposition that higher education should be about transforming the lives of our students. And that's just so powerful and so challenging. And I'm so grateful to all of you for coming, for sharing your insights. And I want to congratulate everyone for the successes that they presented in the sessions, and wish you continued success. I would say that this meeting really showed great progress. And finally, before I want to upstage Keith here before he speaks, I think we should all unmute for a moment and thank Rick and Keith for organizing this really wonderful 2-day event. So would you please join me in giving them a round of applause? Thank you. Over to you, Keith.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tom. And really thank you all for your presentations, for your attendance, for your tremendous thoughts. I think there's been a great exchange of ideas, and to really build off of what Paula was saying, I think we are a very diverse group of institutions and a very diverse group of people, and that makes it all that much more interesting. And although we are a very diverse group of people, I think we, through that diversity and through our conversations, start to see the commonalities that we have and the commonalities of purpose. I know at Bucknell University, where I am, we like to talk inwardly amongst ourselves about how different we are. And I think we often lose sight of how similar we are and how much we have in common with other institutions. And to build on what Rick was saying, when you change the curriculum, I don't think we look outwardly enough. And when we think about what our purpose is and how we impact students, I don't think we look outwardly enough. So this is a tremendous group in which to do that. And I think we're all contributing to that conversation. And I would say for myself, the reason that I have been drawn into this work is because of what I do with my life, the focus that I have on the success of my students and on their well-being, of course. And one of the things that I've heard said by faculty a number of times is that there is probably no greater joy than hearing from a former student sometime later in their life, and to hear about the impact that you've had on them, and hopefully the progress that they've made in their life, or the impact that you've had and how it's enriched their life and how it's enabled them to overcome challenges. And I think that's what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to think of things that we can do individually and that institutions can do to affect our students' lives in the present, so they will write back to us and write back to our institutions and say that it made a difference for them. So I think that for me is a really motivating factor. The other thing I would say is I was very struck by Nicole Brocado's presentation and her finding about optimism. I'm really interested in learning more about that. I tend to think of myself as an eternally optimistic, glass half full kind of person. And I think that's the fact that she's pointing out to the idea of learned optimism for students is intriguing. And I think that's a great opportunity for faculty and for institutions, and maybe even for a group like the CLTE, to think about how we can achieve what we want to achieve, which seems incredibly daunting to me, at least at this point, but yet still something that I think we all want to contribute to in a very optimistic way that we can make a difference. So thank you all for your engagement, for your support, for being here, and for all the things that you do for your students. And I think we're exactly on time for 5 o'clock. So thank you all. Thank you all for sitting through the day today and yesterday.
Yeah, thank you especially for your feedback in this last session. This is so important to pointing the way to the next steps for the coalition. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Not only joining in thanks, but this is the first academic conference to finish on time in the history of the Republic. Well done, you guys.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.